the importance of prioritization. In today's fast-paced, ever-changing environment, our ability to say yes to the most valuable work and, just as importantly, say no or not yet to distractions is at the heart of successful agile delivery. Prioritization ensures our limited resources, time and focus are spent where they have the greatest impact. It aligns strategy with execution, enabling teams to navigate uncertainty with purpose and confidence. Prioritization is not a one-time activity. It's an ongoing conversation. It's about listening to users, interpreting data, balancing stakeholder input, and making trade-offs that serve the larger vision. Objectives. By the end of the session, you'll be able to define what prioritization really means in the context of product management and agile delivery, understand and apply various prioritization frameworks, evaluate the pros and cons of each framework in real-world settings, navigate prioritization in agile ceremonies and product life cycles, leverage tools and techniques to support effective prioritization, learn from a real-world case study, walk away with best practices that you can apply immediately. So let's begin. Prioritization is a process of ordering tasks, features, or goals based on their relative importance, value, risk, and urgency. It helps teams decide what to build, when to build, and where to focus energy to maximize value delivery. Why prioritization matters in product management. Product management exists to solve real problems for real people, but the truth is, not all problems are equal, and not all features add value. Prioritization enables us to align work with strategic outcomes, reduce waste by avoiding low-value initiatives, accelerate time to market by focusing on what's essential, improve stakeholders' trust by delivering value early and often, empower teams to work with clarity and purpose. When prioritization is missing or poorly executed, teams become reactive, roadmaps bloat, and customer value gets lost in the noise. Common prioritization frameworks. Let's explore some widely used frameworks that provide structure and shared language for prioritization. The Moscow method breaks work down into must-have, should-have, could-have, and won't-have. The Kano model evaluates features based on customer satisfaction versus functionality, delighting users versus meeting basic needs. The RISE scoring assigns quantitative scores to initiatives.
£24,000 in 1 month using artificial intelligence without coming from any technical background.
The RISE scoring assigns quantitative scores to initiatives using reach, impact, confidence, and effort. Each has its strengths, contexts, and best use scenarios. Let's explore them individually. The Moscow method categorizes items into must-have, critical to the current delivery time box, should-have, important but not vital, could-have, nice to have, low impact if not delivered now, won't-have, this time, explicitly out of scope for the cycle. The pros: easy to understand and communicate, helps manage stakeholder expectations, useful in constrained environments. The cons of the Moscow method: subjective, depends on stakeholder input and negotiation, can lead to everything being labeled as must-have, doesn't qualify or quantify value or cost. Example application: a team delivering a new onboarding experience for an app might prioritize must, secure login, and core registration flow. Should, profile personalization. Could, welcome video. Won't, social sharing features for now. Then, the Kano model, it features or maps features along two axes. Customer satisfaction, how much users care about it. Feature functionality, how well it's implemented. Features are classified as basic needs, expected and necessary. Users are dissatisfied if missing. Performance needs, directly proportional to satisfaction. Delighters, unexpected features that excite users. Indifferent, neither good nor bad. Reverse, features that cause dissatisfaction if present. The pros of the Kano model: brings the voice of the customer into prioritization, ensures innovation by focusing on delighters, clarifies expectations. The cons: it requires qualitative customer research, Subjective, perceptions shift over time. Harder to scale across a large backlog. Example application: when redesigning a fitness app, basic step tracker and calorie counter. Performance, personalized workout plans. Lighter, AI-based coaching with real-time feedback. So the RICE is a scoring formula, meaning impact, confidence over effort. Reach, how many people it will affect. Impact, how much it will help. Confidence, certainty about reach or impact. And effort, time or cost to deliver. The pros: quantitative and repeatable, forces considerations of efforts versus value, helps prioritize across initiatives, not just features. Cons: data assumptions can be flawed, can be manipulated to support chosen outcomes, may undervalue qualitative inputs. Example application: a team considering 3 feature candidates runs RICE calculations and learns that a small performance improvement will impact more users and cost less than a flashy new feature. They prioritize the first. Prioritization in agile environments. Prioritization lives and breathes in agile cadences. Here's where it really shows up. Backlog grooming. A well-groomed backlog is a prioritized list of values. Refinement sessions are the heartbeat of continuous prioritization. Here, we evaluate new inputs, remove stale items, break down and re-rank work based on new information. During sprint planning, prioritize backlog items, drive planning. Teams commit to what's top-ranked and achievable. Without effective prioritization, planning becomes chaotic and demoralizing. Balancing stakeholder needs. Agile teams serve multiple stakeholders. Prioritization becomes a mechanism to balance customer value, business outcomes, technical sustainability. Regulatory or risk-related work. The best teams use prioritization not as negotiation, but as a shared understanding of value. Tools and techniques. Product roadmaps. Visual timelines that align priorities with strategic teams. A roadmap without prioritization is just a wish list. User mapping. Story maps organize features around user journeys, helping them visualize dependencies, sequence work, and find minimum viable products, the MVP. Impact effort matrix. Let's see how that works. A 2x2 grid that maps initiatives. Okay. Good morning. Today we're talking about backlog prioritization. So, what's backlog prioritization? I'll just be hoping that at the end of this whole, they're going to be able to talk about the importance of prioritization, the objectives of the presentation, the definition of prioritization, and why prioritization matters in product management. Common prioritization frameworks: Moscow method, must have, could have, won't have, the Kano model, RICE scoring, that's reach, impact, confidence, effort. Moscow method, that's the Kano model, RICE scoring, and the prioritization in agile environments. I'll also be talking about tools and techniques, case studies, and best practices. So, I'll start with a product backlog prioritization. A product backlog is prioritized list of work for the development team derived from the roadmap and its requirements. The most important items are at the top, guiding the team on what to deliver first. At least in an ideal world, that's what it's meant to be. So, single backlog means we keep all the development work in one backlog. The product owner's role means is responsible for preparing and prioritizing the backlog. And the importance of prioritization helps us is that it maximizes the value delivered in a sprint. So how to prioritize the product backlog? To ensure user stories are prioritized as follows. Quick wins, so the high impact, low effort. In Jira priority is the highest. We focus on these for good returns with minimal effort. Major projects, high impact, high effort. Priority is high. Time consuming but offer good returns, and they can overshadow quick wins. Yep. Then, so major projects, high impact, high effort. Jira priority is high. Time consuming but offer good returns, can overshadow quick wins. The failings, the low impact, low effort, Jira priority is medium. Do these if time permits, but prioritize higher impact tasks, the thankless tasks, the low impact and the high effort. So the Jira priority is low. Avoid these as they offer little return and consume valuable time. When we have new priorities, we look at the highest, so stop ship, alerts, gating issues, complicate critical issues, past gateway deliverables. The high gateway deliverables must be done in the sprint. Medium, gateway deliverable, longer lead time could move to high. Low, gateway deliverable, low effort, and the lowest non-gateway deliverable like trainings. So effective backlog prioritization techniques. To effectively prioritize a backlog, consider using these various techniques that focus on value, effort and impact. Here are some popular methods. Must-scope prioritization. The categories are must have, should, could have, and won't have. Someone pointed out about the won't have that maybe it won't have, it should be another word because it should not even feature in the backlog in the first instance. So the purpose is to help teams determine the relative importance of backlog items and focus on the most critical features first. The details. Must-have items are essential for the product to function, while should-have items are highly valuable to the customer. They stack ranking. So method, we rank items in the backlog from most to least important, and the process start by reviewing the first item, then compare it to the second and so on until we have a prioritized list. USJF, that's the weighted shortest job first. So the formula prioritizes backlog items based on a formula of value over effort. The benefit is that it ensures that the most valuable tasks are addressed first, minimizing the return on effort, and the right prioritization. So the scoring system is based on reach, impact, confidence, and effort. The advantage, it helps teams make data-driven decisions about which items to tackle first. We've got the Eisenhower matrix. So we've got the Eisenhower matrix to categorize tasks based on their urgency and importance. The focus helps teams concentrate on tasks that are both important and urgent, ensuring efforts are directed towards the most impactful items. Additional considerations: dynamic prioritization. Regularly review and reprioritize the backlog as circumstances change, ensuring the team is always working on the most valuable tasks. You limit the backlog, keep the backlog manageable to make prioritization easier and ensure the team is working on the most relevant tasks. Stakeholder input. Involve stakeholders in the prioritization process to ensure that the backlog reflects their needs and priorities. Value versus effort. Prioritize items that offer high value and require low effort, focusing on quick wins. Opportunity scoring. Identify features that customers consider important but aren't up to the mark. The Kano model. Prioritize tasks based on customer satisfaction and preferences. By leveraging these techniques, you can ensure your team is always focused on delivering the highest value work efficiently. Right. So I'll just start like I'm presenting. Welcome everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today with fellow practitioners, leaders, and change agents committed to delivering value through better product management. My name is Todi, and over the past 2 decades, I've had the privilege of driving agility at scale across organizations, navigating digital transformation, cultural shifts, and delivery excellence. Whether you're leading teams or steering portfolios, one thing is certain: prioritization is not just a practice, it's a discipline. It can make the difference between building the right thing and building something that doesn't serve everyone or anyone. The importance of prioritization in today's fast-paced, ever-changing environment. Our ability to say yes to the most valuable work, and just as importantly, say no or not yet to distractions, is at the heart of successful agile delivery. Prioritization ensures our limited resources, time, and focus are spent where they have the greatest impact. It aligns strategy with execution, enabling teams to navigate uncertainty with purpose and confidence. Prioritization is not a one-time activity. It's an ongoing conversation. It's about listening to users, interpreting data, balancing stakeholder input, and making trade-offs that serve the larger vision. By the end of the session, you'll be able to define what prioritization really means in the context of product management and agile delivery, understand and apply various prioritization frameworks, evaluate the pros and cons of each framework in real-world settings, navigate prioritization in agile ceremonies and product life cycles, leverage tools and techniques to support effective prioritization, learn from a real-world case study, walk away with best practices that you can apply immediately. So let's begin by setting the foundation. Right. Prioritization is the process of ordering tasks, features, or goals based on their relative importance, value, risk, and urgency. It helps teams decide what to build, when to build, and where to focus energy to maximize value delivery. Why prioritization matters in product management. Product management exists to solve real problems for real people. But the truth is, not all problems are equal and not all features add value. Prioritization enables us to align work with strategic outcomes, reduce waste by avoiding low-value initiatives, accelerate time to market by focusing on what's essential, improve stakeholder trust by delivering value early and often, empower teams to work with clarity and purpose. When prioritization is missing or poorly executed, teams become reactive, roadmaps bloat, and customer value gets lost in the noise. We got lots of, common prioritization frameworks. So let's explore some widely used frameworks that provide structure and shared language for prioritization. The Moscow method. It breaks work down into must-have, should-have, could-have, and won't-have. The Kano model evaluates features based on customer satisfaction versus functionality, delighting users versus meeting basic needs. The RISE scoring assigns quantitative scores to initiatives using reach, impact, confidence, and effort. Each has its strengths, contexts, and best use scenarios. Let's explore them individually. The Moscow method categorizes items into must-have, so critical to the current delivery time box. The should-have, important but not vital. The could-have, nice to have, low impact if not delivered now. Won't have this time, explicitly out of scope for this cycle. The pros of the Moscow: it's easy to understand and communicate, helps manage stakeholder expectations, and useful in time-constrained environment. The cons is subjective, depends on stakeholder input and negotiation, can lead to everything being labeled as must-have, doesn't quantify value or costs. So, a sample application. A team delivering a new onboarding experience for an app might prioritize must, secure login and core registration flow. Should, profile personalization. Could, welcome video. Won't, social sharing features for now. The Kano model maps features along two axes: customer satisfaction, how much customers care about. Why do over 60% of successful projects use Scrum or Six Sigma? Let's find out. Both Scrum and Six Sigma aim to improve processes and boost productivity. Scrum, often used in software development, focuses on flexibility and quick adjustments. On the flip side, Six Sigma zeroes in on reducing defects and enhancing quality. But here's where they overlap. Both are centered around teamwork. They rely on cross-functional teams, working together towards a common goal. Plus, both use iterative cycles to ensure continuous improvement. In Scrum, these are called sprints, short bursts of work that lead to tangible progress. Meanwhile, Six Sigma uses DMAIC, define, measure, analyze, improve, control, to systematically solve problems. Another common thread is data-driven decisions. Scrum teams use metrics like velocity and burn-down charts, while Six Sigma relies on data analysis and statistical tools. So whether you're defining code or streamlining processes, Scrum and Six Sigma share a common DNA of optimization in teamwork. Ready to take your project skills to the next level? Dive into Scrum and Six Sigma today. The two initial videos of me were taken at the Derwent Spencer Museum in Keswick. Find out more in the video in the description. Now, Gem, be smashing. Smash that button. How many times did I say smashing? And have you smashed it? Hey now, Gem. Welcome to Smashing Scrum. I'm Tudi, and today we're diving into two game-changing practices in Agile: backlog refinement and prioritization. These processes are your ticket to ensuring that your team consistently delivers value by focusing on the right tasks at the right time. What we'll cover today: the essence of backlog refinement, the role of prioritization in Agile, best practices for each, how to avoid common mistakes. And if you have any questions at the end, please comment them. Understanding backlog. Backlog refinement, also known as grooming, is a crucial ongoing process where the product backlog is updated and optimized for future sprints. This collaborative effort involves the product owner, Scrum Master, and the development team. What we aim to achieve: clarify requirements, that's to ensure that user stories are crystal clear and understood by the team. Estimate tasks, assign story points on effort estimates. Break down epics, simplify large epics into smaller actionable items. Align with business goals, continuously adapt backlog items to reflect current priorities. How often should you do it? When? 1 to 2 times per sprint for 30 to 60 minutes. Who's involved? The product owner, developers, Scrum Master, and occasionally stakeholders. Why prioritization matters in Agile? Prioritization means ranking your backlog so that the most valuable items are tackled first. It drives focus, ensuring your team delivers maximum impact with every sprint. Key considerations for prioritization: business value, what's most important to the customer; risk and complexity, tackle high-risk items early; dependencies, address tasks that unblock others; effort versus impact, prioritize items that give the most reward for the least effort. Best practices for backlog refinement: make refinement routine. Why it matters: refinement shouldn't be the last-minute thing you do. It must be a regular part of your sprint rhythm. How to succeed: schedule recurring sessions and limit them to 60 minutes to avoid overwhelming the team. Include the right people. Who should be there? Product owner leads the session, but everyone contributes, from developers to Scrum Master. Tip: cultivate a space for open dialogue and questions. Keep stories small and actionable. Why? Smaller stories are easier to estimate and complete in a sprint. How? Break down epics into clear, concise tasks that deliver specific outcomes. Use the definition of ready, DOR. Why? Ensure stories are fully prepared for development. Checklist example: stories should be clearly defined, estimated, and have acceptance criteria. Continuous improvement. Why? Backlog refinement is dynamic, adjust as new information surfaces. How? Review the backlog after every sprint and iterate based on feedback. Best practices for prioritization: use proven frameworks. MUSCO: must, should, could, won't. Rank tasks by necessity. Example: must-haves are critical, why could-haves are extras if there's time. WSJF: weighted shortest job first. Formula: business value plus time criticality plus reduction over effort. Example: a high value, low effort feature should move to the top. 2. Reassess regularly. Why? Priorities evolve, market shifts, customer feedback or technical needs may change. How? Reevaluate before every sprint or during backlog refinement sessions. 3. Balance quick wins with long-term goals. Why? Focusing only on short-term tasks can lead to neglecting crucial long-term work, like tech debt. How? Blend immediate needs with strategic work to keep long-term vision intact. Customer-centric prioritization. Why? The customer's voice should guide your decisions. How? Use feedback loops, analytics, and surveys to prioritize backlog items that matter most to users. 5. Account for technical debt. Why? Ignoring tech debt slows down future progress. How? Dedicate 10 to 15% of each sprint to reducing tech debt alongside new features. Number 5. Common pitfalls to watch out for. Backlog overload. Problem: too many items dilute focus. Solution: keep it lean. Focus only on what's necessary for the next few sprints. 2. Last minute refinement. Problem: rushed refinement leads to unclear requirements. Solution: stick to a regular refinement schedule. 3. Misalignment with stakeholders. Problem: failing to get stakeholder input leads to misaligned priorities. Solution: engage stakeholders regularly to keep priorities in sync with business goals. 4. Neglecting tech debt. Problem: ignore tech debt creates bottlenecks later. Solution: treat tech debt as a priority in every sprint. 5. Let's wrap it up. Backlog refinement and prioritization are continuous, collaborative processes. Refining helps clarify and break down tasks, while prioritization ensures you're focused on what drives value. Key takeaways: schedule regular refinement sessions, involve the right people, use reliable prioritization frameworks, and always stay flexible. Have you subscribed, liked, commented, and shared? I beg, no fall my hand. Be smashing. Smash that like button. And if you haven't yet subscribed, do also like and follow. Be kind. Share this with someone else. Now, Gem, smash it. Let's be intentional about smashing silos. How many times did I say smashing? And have you smashed it? Now, Gem, why should my Black African heritage matter? How does that impact the bottom line or the way I approach my job? Well, I'm Todi. Charity begins at home, so I'll start with myself. Still talking about the Yorubas. If you missed my first video introducing who we are, please check. One thing about Yorubas, we love adages, meaning proverbs. I remember sitting in a Lagos bus hearing street vendors shout, "Sayings of the wise," as they sold books. Did I get that inflection right? One of my favorite proverbs goes, "Ìrọ̀rùn igi ni ìrọ̀rùn ẹyẹ." Igi means tree, ẹyẹ means bird, and ìrọ̀rùn means comfort. A literal translation would be, the comfort of the tree is the comfort of the bird, but I prefer the health of the tree is the health of the bird. It's a reminder that when we take care of what sustains us, we take care of ourselves. Now, as a Scrum Master at Jaguar Land Rover, this saying really resonates. We're all part of something bigger than just getting a paycheck. Just like the bird relies on the tree, we rely on the health of the company to thrive. If GLR is strong, so are we. And that's why I'm committed to making our brand even greater. I recently completed the Scrum Masters Development Program Gold Cohort, led by Kate and Philip, and it sparked some powerful conversations about our role.
So regarding quality, I don't think it should be the responsibility of one separate team. It should be the responsibility of everybody, because we are all creating a product for our customers together. So if you have one team that are creating some work and then there's a problem with it, but another team has to fix it, then how do you learn how to improve your ways of working? Because the problem never comes back to you, it's going to a separate team. They might be specialists in quality, but actually we all need to be specialists in quality. So we need to sort of create it, ship it, and own it. So if it comes back with a problem, it comes back to the people who initially created that problem, so that we're all responsible and accountable for the quality of a product. I'm Stacey. I'm a domain Scrum Master in Body Chassis Engineering. I have to make sure that my team are happy, manage 6 other Scrum Masters, make sure that I'm catching up with them, that they're aware of what our goals are. Strategically, we're trying to build the capability within the squads to support engineers within the squads to become better Scrum Masters. Because I have such a small headcount, I'm trying to pass down that knowledge and capability and grow the people below me so they can grow the people below them.
Hello, my name is Filippo Gorni. I'm a Scrum Master Chapter Lead in Propulsion.
And what's your take on how Scrum Masters should improve on quality, and what do we bring to the company?
We got a lot of areas in the business which are dealing with quality, right? You've got, when you see in the training what we are currently running, the SMDP, we are talking about failure mode avoidance, how the processes are together. I think how Scrum Masters can help is to bring the worlds together. We were discussing that there is a lot of silos, yet we are trying to solve the same problem. Another aspect of it is we are talking different languages. Now, this is my subjective opinion, but current quality people are talking different language than the rest of the business. Yet, the rest of the business should be listening to current quality people because they've got the history and the experience of what actually happened.
Hello, my name is Kate Lupine. I am also a Scrum Master Chapter Lead within Propulsion. My purpose is enabling the enablers. For my Scrum Masters within Propulsion, do they have the autonomy to make decisions, skills that they need to be successful, and do they have a path forwards or clarity around how do they want to grow as individuals and how do I help them get there for the good of themselves, but also for Jaguar Land Rover being a very successful and competitive company.
Any comments about the complaints that we receive from customers? How can we alleviate that?
Good question. I think an element of that is we should appreciate that we get candid, timely feedback from our customers. The fact that we continue to have them, yes, of course, I would rather we didn't have comments about where we have failed to meet the quality of our customers. However, the fact that we still get them means that I hope that we are resolving them, or at least appreciating them for what they are. Because I know for myself, from being a member of Jaguar Land Rover, they are shared throughout the business, and that focus on what we provide to our customers is seen daily. I genuinely feel within our business there isn't anyone that has not heard about either something that we've done well by providing our quality products to someone, but perhaps when we haven't delivered what we wanted to be able to deliver. So it is very much in our minds each day. So for us as Scrum Masters, Philip and Caroline have already happened upon a lot of these points, but keeping it close and transparent for us, being able to link back the work that we do, be it a wind mirror or a windshield, or how do we purchase different things, being able to link back that through to providing a great product is incredibly important. And then quality is closely aligned to that. How do we keep the quality conversation current and every day, so that, back to Caroline's point, we take ownership of it as individuals and in teams, and it's integrated into everything that we do. So the long term is we have an incredibly skilled and knowledgeable workforce that quality is forefront of their mind, and we move it from something that is consciously thought about to something that is unconsciously done because we are so competent at doing it. And then Scrum Masters, because they are change agents, help build that growth mindset because they are thinking about this continuous improvement and enablement of their teams, are incredibly good levers to start that conversation and start that change happening and embedding within their teams.
As Kate put it, Scrum Masters are like doctors. We need to be in every team diagnosing issues. And right now, we can't ignore the elephant in the room. Our product needs improvement. If we want to stay competitive, we need more transparency, constant inspection and adaptation. It's time to up our game. I know it's easy to think, I'm just a Scrum Master, but we're all players in this game. We need to address the tough questions. For example, The dream of Samuel Abdullahi, chairman of the Niger Solutions, the Nigerian subset of the African Caribbean Heritage Network of GLR, is to see Jaguar Land Rover become as much of a household name in Nigeria as Toyota. Are we truly building the kind of vehicles that can withstand any environment? Are our strategies sustainable? Is electric really the future for us? These are the kinds of uncomfortable but necessary conversations we need to have. If you're open to discussing these challenges, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Feel free to DM me if you'd like to participate. Have you subscribed, liked, commented and shared? I beg, no fall my hand. Be smashing. Smash that like button. And if you haven't yet subscribed, do also like and follow. Be kind. Share this with someone else. Now, Gem, smash it. Let's be intentional about smashing silos. How many times did I say smashing? And have you smashed it?
Why is the MVP concept so vital? Imagine pouring resources into a product only to realize later that there's no demand for it. Enter the minimum viable product MVP, a game changer in the world of innovative product development.
I'm Todi. Stay with me and let's explore the MVP concept.
Big names like LinkedIn, Dropbox, and Uber have all embraced the MVP strategy, and for good reason. Let's rewind to 1999. Picture a young entrepreneur on a quest for a specific pair of shoes. Faced with disappointment at local stores, he had a light bulb moment, selling shoes online. And thus, the concept of the MVP was born. Instead of exhaustive market research, he launched a basic website, snapped pictures of shoes at a local store, and fulfilled orders as they came in. Now, why is the MVP concept crucial for product success? 1. Saves time and money. Building and launching an MVP allows you to focus on essential features, saving precious time and resources by avoiding unnecessary investments in non-essential features. 2. Validates assumptions. With an MVP, you can test your assumptions and validate your product hypothesis before committing significant resources. This helps you avoid costly mistakes and ensures your product aligns with customer needs. 3. Provides early feedback. Launching an MVP enables you to gather feedback early in the development process. This feedback informs decisions about feature additions or removals, improving your product's fit with customer needs. 4. Allows iteration. An MVP sets the stage for continuous improvement based on customer feedback, increasing the likelihood of product success by adapting to evolving customer needs. How to embrace the MVP concept. 1. Understand the benefits, recognize the advantages of the MVP approach, including cost and time savings, hypothesis validation, early feedback, and iterative development. 2. Adopt a lean approach. Embrace lean principles by focusing on critical features, minimizing waste, and iterating based on feedback to optimize product development. 3. Prioritize customer feedback. Make customer input a priority and use it to inform product decisions, ensuring alignment with customer needs and preferences. 4. Be willing to pivot. Remain open to pivoting and adjusting your product direction based on customer feedback and market insights. 5. Maintain a clear vision. Keep sight of your product vision and how the MVP fits into your broader goals, ensuring alignment and progress toward your objectives. In conclusion, the MVP concept is a cornerstone of successful product development, offering benefits like cost savings, hypothesis validation, early feedback, and iterative improvement. By embracing a lean approach, listening to customer feedback, and maintaining a clear vision, you can effectively implement the MVP concept and launch a product that resonates with your target audience.
For more contents like this, please like, share, subscribe, and follow. Thanks for watching.
Have you ever pondered how businesses measure their efficiency? One method that consistently rises to the top is cycle time, a crucial metric that can make or break a company's productivity. But what exactly is cycle time, and how does it work?
I'm Todi. In this video,
We'll dive into the concept of cycle time, a crucial metric in project management that measures the total time it takes to complete a specific task or process. Through practical examples, we'll simplify this often misunderstood term and help you understand its importance in effectively managing your projects. If you haven't already, please subscribe to my channel, click the notification bell to know when I upload new videos, like and share to help others learn for free as well. By all means, share your thoughts and comment below so we can all learn from one another. Do check out my other channel, Toady Gem, for culture, cuisines, and smashing hangouts. Now, Gem, let's dig in.
Ever wondered what the difference between cycle time and
Lead
time
time
is? Pondered upon these terms while managing a project unsure of their true meaning? Well, it's time to clear up the confusion. Firstly, let's delve into what cycle time exactly is. Imagine a process, any process. It could be manufacturing a product, or perhaps completing a task within a project. Cycle time is the time it takes to complete one cycle of that process. It's the stopwatch that starts ticking when work begins on a task and stops when the task is ready for delivery. It's about efficiency, speed, and productivity. Now, shift gears and think about lead time. Lead time is the total time from the moment a request is made until the product is delivered or the task is completed. It includes the waiting time before the work even begins. It's like a calendar that starts marking days from the moment a customer places an order until the product lands in their hands. It's about the customer's perspective, their anticipation, their wait. So to put it simply, cycle time is about the process, while lead time is about the customer's experience. Cycle time is the heartbeat of the production process, while lead time is the rhythm of the customer's journey. But how do these two distinct concepts intersect? Well, they are two halves of the same coin. They both deal with time, but from different perspectives. Cycle time is a measure of operational efficiency, while lead time is a measure of customer satisfaction. Both are crucial in project management, yet serve different purposes. In essence, the key differences between cycle time and lead time lies in their focus. Cycle time is about internal efficiency, the speed of the process, and the productivity of the team. On the other hand, lead time is about external satisfaction, the customer's wait, and the efficiency of the entire supply chain. So, next time when managing a project, remember this. To increase efficiency, focus on reducing cycle time. But to improve customer satisfaction, concentrate on minimizing
lead time.
Because in the grand scheme of things, it's about balancing the internal operations with the external expectations. It's about striking the perfect harmony between cycle time
and lead time.
And that, my friends, is the essence of successful project management.
Picture cycle time as the heartbeat of a business, the rhythm that keeps everything in motion. It's the total time from the beginning to the end of a process. In other words, it's the time taken from when work begins on a task until it's ready for delivery. To illustrate, consider a bakery. The cycle time for a loaf of bread would be the time from when the baker starts mixing the ingredients until the loaf comes out of the oven, fresh and ready to be sold. Now, why does cycle time matter? Well, it's a clear indicator of efficiency. The shorter the cycle time, the quicker tasks are completed, meaning more productivity and potentially more profit. But it's not just about speed. Cycle time also provides an opportunity to spot bottlenecks, identify areas of improvement, and streamline operations. Let's say a software development company notices their cycle time is unusually long. Upon investigation, they find that the coding phase of their projects is taking much longer than expected. This knowledge allows them to focus on improving this specific area, thus reducing the overall cycle time and increasing productivity. Output. However, it's important to note that a shorter cycle time isn't always better. If tasks are rushed and quality is compromised, customer satisfaction could plummet and the reputation of the business could suffer. Therefore, it's crucial to find a balance between speed and quality when optimizing cycle time. In summary, cycle time is a measure of the time taken from the start to the end of a process. It's a critical metric for gauging efficiency, identifying bottlenecks, and improving productivity. But remember, it's not just about speed. Quality should never be sacrificed in the pursuit of a shorter cycle time. Output. So, the next time you wonder about business efficiency, think about cycle time. It's the pulse of productivity, the rhythm of results, and who knows, understanding this simple yet powerful concept might just give you the edge in your next project or venture. After all, time is money, and in business, every second counts.
Sharing is caring. Care for others. Share this with someone or on your timeline. Let them learn from you.
Have you ever wondered how to measure cycle time in Agile? Well, today we're diving into that very topic, exploring 3 popular methods: Scrum, Kanban, and Jira. To start, imagine Scrum as a race. The cycle time here is the duration from the starting gun, when a task enters the sprint backlog, to the finish line when the task is completed. Measure it in days, not hours. And remember, it's not about speed but consistency. First, identify the task. Then, move it into the sprint backlog, marking the start of the cycle. The task is then worked on during the sprint, progressing through various stages of development. When it's done, it's moved to the done column. The cycle time is the total number of days the task spent in this process. Measuring cycle time in Scrum helps teams understand their velocity and improve predictability. Now, think of Kanban as a flowing river. Items float from one end to the other, and the cycle time is how long each item spends in the river. To measure cycle time in Kanban, first define your workflow stages. Once an item enters the workflow, start the clock. When the task is completed and leaves the workflow, stop the clock. The total time taken is the cycle time. This method provides a clear visualization of work in progress, helping teams optimize their workflow and improve delivery times. Lastly, we have Jira, a tool that automates cycle time calculation. Jira tracks the time from when an issue is moved from to do to in progress, and finally to done. To measure cycle time in Jira, first, create a new issue. Move the issue to in progress when work begins, and to done when it's completed. Jira will then automatically calculate the cycle time. This method offers teams real-time insights, helping them identify bottlenecks and improve efficiency. In summary, Scrum measures cycle time from sprint backlog to completion, aiding in predictability and understanding of team velocity. Kanban measures cycle time from workflow entry to exit, assisting in workflow optimization and delivery time improvement. Jira automates cycle time calculation from to-do to done, providing real-time insights to improve efficiency. Each method has its unique strengths. The choice depends on the team's needs and work style.
Today, we have discussed how cycle time differs from lead time and learned strategies to optimize processes and reduce bottlenecks. Drop questions and topics you would like more insight into in the comments section. If you found this information helpful, please give this video a thumbs up and don't forget to subscribe and click the notification bell for new uploads.
Also watch the video on performance reviews and objectives and key results OKRs and key performance indicators KPIs in the description below.
Remember, the goal is not to race against the clock, but to improve processes and deliver value consistently. Now, equipped with this knowledge, go forth and optimize those cycle times.
Thanks for watching.
In the world of project management, Agile Mastery reigns supreme. Want to know why? Agile focuses on continuous improvement, scope flexibility, team input, and delivering quality products. Now, what about Scrum? It's a subset of Agile, a framework that helps teams work together. Sounds great, right? But how to master it? Here are 3 smashing strategies. First, promote transparency. Share goals, progress, and problems openly with the team. Second, foster commitment. Encourage everyone to take ownership of their tasks. Last but not least, embrace change. It's not a hindrance, but an opportunity for growth. Remember, Agile and Scrum are about adapting, not just following a plan.
If you haven't yet, please subscribe, like, and follow for more content like this.
Have you ever wondered why so many people are fascinated by the field of project management and why you should pursue a career in it? Well, let's delve into that today. I am Toadie. I will talk about why choose a career in project management in about 13 minutes. So, if you are a practitioner thinking of a change in career or just generally curious about project management, squeeze out time to find out new and old concepts, how to improve your team, get better in your ways of working. Consider subscribing to my channel if you haven't, and click the notification bell to know when I upload new videos. Learning should never stop. We can also learn from you. Do comment your thoughts, questions, and ideas down below. Also check out at Toadie Gem for some juicy icebreakers, stories, food, travel, exploration, and other life matters. Now Gem, let's dig in. Project management, in its essence, is the art of making things happen. It's the process of turning ideas into reality, and that alone is a thrilling prospect.
Picture yourself at the helm of a ship, navigating through the stormy seas of challenges and deadlines, and steering your team towards the shores of success. That's what project managers do. They are the captains of their projects. But the allure and why of project management goes beyond the thrill of accomplishment. It's also about the diversity of projects you can work on. One day, you might be planning a citywide music festival, and the next, you could be developing a new software for a tech startup. The possibilities are as wide and varied as your interests. The role of a project manager is a unique blend of creativity and structure. You need to think outside the box to find solutions to complex problems, but you also need to be organized and methodical to ensure every task is completed on time and within budget. This balance between creativity and structure is a compelling aspect of project management that attracts individuals who thrive on both innovation and order. The field of project management is also a perfect fit for those who love working with people. As a project manager, you get to build and lead a team, fostering a collaborative environment where everyone's skills are utilized to their full potential. There's a certain satisfaction in not just achieving your goals, but in helping others achieve theirs too. Lastly, there's the tangible sense of accomplishment. There's nothing quite like seeing a project you've managed from conception to completion. It's the culmination of all your planning, problem-solving, and hard work, and that feeling of achievement. It's about leading teams, meeting deadlines, and delivering value. It's a field that brings visions to life, whether it's a construction project, a digital marketing campaign, or even launching a rocket to Mars. It's pretty addictive. So, if you love problem-solving, team building, and seeing tangible results from your efforts, project management might just be the career for you. Now let's talk about a subject that's on everyone's mind: money. What can you expect to earn as a project manager? Well, it's a bit like asking how long is a piece of string. There are a lot of variables, but let's give you a ballpark. When it comes to salary and compensation, there are stark differences between a traditional project manager and a Scrum Master. Let's take a look at the average earnings in some countries. In the United Kingdom, a project manager can expect to earn around £40,000 annually, while a Scrum Master can bring home about £50,000. Over in the United States, the numbers rise to $80,000 for project managers and $95,000 for Scrum Masters. Canada, France, Germany, and the UAE also showcase similar trends. In Canada, project managers earn roughly 75,000 Canadian dollars, with Scrum Masters earning around 85,000. French project managers can expect about 40,000 euros, with Scrum Masters earning approximately 10,000 more. In Germany, we see figures of 60,000 euros for project managers and 70,000 euros for Scrum Masters. Lastly, in the UAE, project managers earn an average of 200,000 dirhams, while Scrum Masters can make up to 220,000 dirhams. However, these figures are not set in stone. These are average figures. They include people at the start of their careers and those who've been in the game for decades. So, what factors can influence these numbers? Firstly, your level of experience can play a significant role. If you've successfully managed numerous projects, especially large-scale ones, you can command a higher salary. Secondly, your educational background and certifications can also make a difference. The more qualifications you have, particularly those specifically related to project management, the more valuable you are to potential employers. Thirdly, the industry you're in can also impact your earnings. Some industries, like IT and finance, tend to pay their project managers more than others. Finally, your negotiation skills can also play a part. Knowing your worth and being able to articulate it can often lead to a higher salary. Remember, these figures are just averages. With the right combination of skills, experience, and passion, you could earn even more. So, don't be discouraged if you're just starting out, or if you're not yet earning these kinds of figures. The sky's the limit in project management, and with hard work and dedication, you can reach or even surpass these averages. Stay tuned for our next scene where we'll discuss the skills you need to succeed in this exciting field. So, you're interested in project management, but what skills do you need to succeed in this field? let's dive right in. The world of project management is diverse, requiring a mix of technical, business, and people skills. Let's break it down. First up, leadership skills. As a project manager, you're the captain of the ship. You're responsible for steering the project in the right direction, making key decisions, and ensuring your team is motivated and working towards the same goal. You'll need to be comfortable taking charge, making tough calls, and rallying your team to deliver on time and within budget. Next, we have communication skills. Project managers are the bridge between various stakeholders, the team, the clients, the executives. You'll need to be able to clearly convey your project's progress, risks, and issues, and to negotiate, persuade, and handle conflicts if they arise. Remember, communication is not just about talking, it's about listening too. Moving on, let's talk about organization skills. Project management is all about juggling multiple tasks, deadlines, and resources. You'll need to be an ace at planning, scheduling, and managing time and resources effectively. You'll also need to be detail-oriented to ensure nothing slips through the cracks. Risk management skills are also crucial. Every project comes with its own set of risks and uncertainties. As a project manager, you'll need to be able to identify these risks, evaluate their impact, and devise strategies to mitigate them. Lastly, let's not forget the value of project management certifications like PMP, Prince2, or Certified Scrum Master, CSM, Professional Scrum Master, Y, PSMI. Trainings show that you have the knowledge and skills to manage projects effectively. More on certification in a future video. They can also give you a competitive edge in the job market. The great news is, most of these skills can be learned, and a certification can give you a great head start. So, are you ready to embark on your project management journey? Let's keep exploring in the next segment. Now that we've covered the basics, let's talk about job opportunities in project management. The field of project management is a dynamic one, with opportunities springing up in various industries. From tech to construction, healthcare to finance, the demand for skilled project managers is soaring. Let's talk about two distinct styles of project management: traditional and agile. Traditional project management is the gold standard, the tried and true method. It's a linear approach where you plan the entire project at the outset and then execute it according to that plan. Industries like construction and manufacturing, which require a high degree of predictability and control, often seek traditional project managers. On the other side of the spectrum, we have agile project management. Agile is all about flexibility, adaptability, and delivering value incrementally. It's a perfect fit for industries that are fast-paced and change frequently, like software development or marketing. Here, Scrum Masters, a type of agile project manager, are in high demand. Now you might be wondering, which style is better? But that's like asking whether a hammer is better than a screwdriver. The answer depends on the job you're trying to do. Both styles have their strengths and suit different kinds of projects. That's why it's crucial to understand the nature of the industry you're interested in. If you're drawn to a more structured, predictable environment, traditional project management might be your cup of tea. But if you thrive in a dynamic, fast-paced setting, you might find agile project management more appealing. Remember, the demand for both traditional project managers and Scrum Masters is high. So whichever path you choose, rest assured, there are plenty of job opportunities out there. You just need to know where to look. Online job portals, networking events, and industry-specific websites are excellent places to start your job hunt. Whether you prefer a more traditional approach or the agile way, there's a place for you in the world of project management. So, there you have it. A quick overview of why a career in project management can be so rewarding. As we've seen, the allure of project management is undeniable. It offers a unique blend of challenges and rewards, with the opportunity to shape and drive projects from conception to completion. Whether you're opting for the path of a traditional project manager or an agile Scrum Master, there's a place for you in this dynamic field. We also delved into the financial aspects, revealing the enticing compensation potential for project managers and Scrum Masters. Remember, These figures can vary greatly depending on your location, experience and certifications, but the trend is clear. Expertise in project management is highly valued worldwide. Next, we examined the necessary skills to thrive in this field. From strategic planning to team leadership, risk management to communication, these skills not only boost your career prospects, but also enhance your personal growth. And don't forget about the power of certification. A recognized certificate in project management or Scrum can significantly raise your market value. Our journey then took us to the vast job opportunities awaiting project managers and Scrum Masters. The demand for these professionals spans across industries and sectors, from technology to healthcare, finance to construction. The world is indeed your oyster as a project manager or Scrum Master. See you in the next video, where we will share how to get into project management or progress in your careers. Drop your questions and topics you would like more insight into below in the comments section. If you found this information helpful, please give this video a thumbs up, and don't forget to subscribe to my channel and click the notification bell for new uploads. Remember now, Gem, this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's a wealth of knowledge out there waiting for you to discover, some of which are shared in my Smashing Project Management playlist. Until next time, continue learning, growing, and exploring. Also, check out at Toady Gem for some smashing walks, foods, icebreakers, stories, travel, exploration, and other life matters. Thanks for watching. Have you ever wondered what project management is? Project management, in its simplest form, is like being a captain steering a ship through a storm to reach a destination. Imagine you're in charge of a ship, and your destination is a beautiful island miles away. Your ship is your project, the crew is your team, and the island is your goal. The ship won't reach the island by itself, right? It needs a captain, someone who knows how to navigate the seas, understands the strengths and weaknesses of the crew, and is able to make the right decisions when the storm hits. That's the role of a project manager, to plan, organize, and manage resources to ensure the ship reaches its destination safely and successfully. Just as a captain wouldn't set sail without a map, a project manager wouldn't start a project without a plan. This plan outlines the journey ahead, what needs to be achieved, who needs to do it, how much time it will take, and what resources are required. The project manager is responsible for creating this plan and ensuring it's followed. But what if the ship encounters unexpected obstacles or bad weather? That's where the project manager's skills in organizing and managing resources come into play. They need to be able to adjust the plan and reallocate resources to overcome these challenges and keep the project on track. The project manager also needs to keep the crew motivated and focused. They do this by communicating clearly, resolving conflicts, and ensuring everyone understands their role and how it contributes to reaching the island. In essence, project management is about guiding a team to achieve a specific goal. It's about making sure everyone knows what they need to do, when they need to do it, and how they're going to do it. It's about managing resources, overcoming challenges, and keeping the project on track. So, project management is like being the captain of a ship, steering your team towards achieving a set goal. And just like the successful captain who navigates through the storm to reach the island, a successful project manager guides their team through challenges to achieve their project goals. Imagine assembling a puzzle. You do it piece by piece, right? This is similar to agile project management. In the realm of project management, agile is a term that's thrown around quite a bit. But what does it really mean? Well, let's go back to our puzzle analogy. Just like you wouldn't try to put together a whole puzzle in one go, agile project management doesn't attempt to tackle an entire project all at once. Instead, it breaks the project down into manageable, bite-sized pieces. These smaller sections are known as sprints. Think of them as individual puzzle pieces. Each sprint is a self-contained mini-project with a defined goal and timeline. The team focuses on one sprint at a time, completing the work, assessing the results, and then moving on to the next sprint. This iterative approach allows for flexibility and adaptation, as the project team can learn from each sprint and adjust their plans for the next one accordingly. Much like a puzzle, The beauty of Agile is that you can see the picture coming together piece by piece. Each sprint brings you closer to the final goal, but also provides a sense of accomplishment on its own. It's a continuous cycle of planning, executing, reviewing, and adjusting, a dynamic process that embraces change and uncertainty. Moreover, Agile is all about collaboration. The project team, stakeholders, and customers work together closely, just like a group of friends assembling a puzzle. Everyone has a say, everyone's input matters, and everyone shares in the satisfaction of seeing the project or puzzle come together. So, in essence, Agile project management is a way of managing projects that's adaptable, iterative, and collaborative. It's a method that breaks down complex projects into manageable sprints, allowing teams to respond to changes and deliver value quickly and efficiently. So, Agile project management is like solving a puzzle, one piece at a time. Ever wondered what the difference is between traditional and Agile project management? Well, let's dive in and explore these two different approaches. Imagine you're planning to climb a mountain. Traditional project management is like planning your entire route from the base to the peak in one go. You'd map out every step, estimate how long each section will take, and stick rigidly to this plan, despite what you might encounter on your journey. You're armed with a detailed plan, sure, but what happens if you run into an unexpected storm or find a path is blocked? That's where the limitations of this approach become apparent. It can be inflexible, making it hard to adapt when unpredictable challenges arise. Now, let's look at Agile project management. Instead of planning the entire climb in one go, you'd plan for the first section of the climb, then reassess your route, your progress, and any new obstacles that have emerged. You'd then plan the next section, climb it, and reassess again. This approach is iterative and flexible, allowing for continuous improvement and adaptation to new circumstances. So, in a nutshell, the key difference between traditional and Agile project management lies in their approach to planning and execution. Traditional project management values a comprehensive upfront plan, while Agile values flexibility and continuous reassessment. But it's not just about flexibility. Agile also promotes close collaboration within the team and with stakeholders to ensure the project is always focused on delivering value. And let's not forget feedback. Agile thrives on it. Regular feedback cycles allow for continuous improvement and refinement, so the end result is the best it can be. So, which approach is better? Well, it depends. Both have their strengths and weaknesses, and the best approach will depend on the specific needs and circumstances of your project. In essence, Agile is a more flexible, adaptable approach compared to traditional project management. But remember, the best project management approach is the one that works best for you and your team. Agile is not a one-size-fits-all solution. There are different methodologies and frameworks. Just like there are many ways to get to a destination, there are various paths you can take when implementing Agile. Let's get into some of the most common ones. First, we have Scrum, which is like a high-speed train. It works in short, time-boxed iterations called sprints, usually lasting 2 weeks. The team sets a goal for what they want to achieve in that time, and then they get to work. It's fast, it's efficient, and it's perfect for projects where priorities can shift rapidly. Next, we have Kanban. This is more like a leisurely drive on a scenic route. It's all about visualizing the workflow with tasks moving from one column to the next on a Kanban board. This method focuses on continuous delivery and maintaining a steady pace, making it great for ongoing work rather than projects with a fixed end date. Then there's Lean, the cycling trip of Agile methodologies. It's all about eliminating waste and delivering value to the customer as quickly as possible. It's a great choice for businesses looking to improve their processes and increase efficiency. There are other methodologies too, like extreme programming, which is like a roller coaster ride, emphasizing customer satisfaction and high-quality software delivery through frequent releases in short development cycles. And then there's Crystal, the hiking trail of methodologies, which values people and interactions over processes and tools. It's important to note that these aren't rigid rules, but more like guidelines. You can mix and match elements from different methodologies to suit your project's needs. Remember, the goal of Agile is to deliver value quickly and respond to changes effectively, regardless of the route you take to get there. These methodologies are like different routes to the same destination, each with its own advantages. So it's all about finding the right path for your team and your project. Many renowned companies practice Agile project management. Let's take a look at a few examples. First, we have Spotify, the popular music streaming service. They've used Agile to create a dynamic and innovative work environment. Their squads or small project teams use Agile methods to deliver new features quickly and efficiently. Then there's Microsoft, a giant in the tech industry. They adopted Agile to accelerate their software development process. This approach allows them to respond to customer feedback in real time, constantly improving their products. IBM, another tech titan, uses Agile to foster a culture of continuous learning and improvement, boosting productivity and software quality. And not to forget, Amazon. Agile helps them maintain their fast-paced, customer-centric business model, ensuring they stay ahead in the e-commerce game. These companies show that Agile can lead to great success when implemented correctly. It's a testament to the power of agility, adaptability, and customer-focused strategies. Let's imagine a rugby team. Ever heard of Scrum? In the game of rugby, a scrum is a method of restarting the game that involves players packing closely together with their heads down and attempting to gain possession of the ball. Now, how does this relate to project management, you might ask? Well, Scrum in project management is a methodology that allows a team to self-organize and make changes quickly in accordance with Agile principles. Imagine a project team as a rugby team. In both cases, they are working together, using their unique skills and perspectives to achieve a common goal. In rugby, that goal is to score points. In a project, it could be anything from developing a new software feature to launching a marketing campaign. In Scrum, the project is divided into small work units known as sprints, which typically last 1 to 4 weeks. The team gathers at the beginning of each sprint to decide what work will be accomplished during that time. This is like the huddle in a rugby game where the team plans their next move. Just as a rugby team adjusts its strategies based on the current state of the game, a Scrum team reviews the work done at the end of each sprint and adjusts its plans for the next one. This review process, known as the sprint retrospective, allows the team to continuously improve their work methods. In Scrum, there is no team leader who assigns tasks to team members. Instead, the team as a whole decides on the best way to accomplish their goals. This is like a rugby scrum, where every player has a key role, and the team's success depends on everyone working together effectively. So, Scrum is all about working together, just like a rugby team, to achieve your project goals. Choosing the right methodology can be similar to choosing the right tool for a job. Just as you wouldn't use a hammer to screw in a light bulb, you wouldn't use an agile methodology for a project that doesn't change or evolve. So, how do you make this crucial decision? First, consider the size of your project. Larger projects can benefit from a structured approach like waterfall, where everything is planned in advance. However, for smaller projects with a high degree of uncertainty, agile can be a more suitable choice, allowing for flexibility and adaptability. Next, ponder on the complexity of your project. A project with many interconnected parts may require the robust structure of the waterfall methodology. On the other hand, a project that's more straightforward might be better served by the flexibility of Agile or Scrum. Team size is another important factor. Larger teams often work well with structured methodologies like Waterfall or Prince2. Smaller teams, particularly those working in a fast-paced environment, might find Agile or Scrum more conducive. Also, think about the nature of the project's environment. Is it a highly regulated industry with strict compliance requirements? In such cases, a methodology with more control and documentation, like Waterfall, might be appropriate. But if you're working in a more dynamic and fast-changing environment, Agile or Scrum could be the way to go. Lastly, don't forget to consider the client's needs and expectations. Some clients prefer a more traditional, predictable approach, while others may value the adaptability and customer involvement in agile methodologies. In sum, there's no one-size-fits-all answer. The best methodology for your project depends on a variety of factors, including project size, complexity, team size, industry, and client expectations. It's about weighing these factors, understanding the strengths and weaknesses of each methodology, and making an informed decision. Remember, the right methodology is like the right tool. It makes the job easier. Wondering if Scrum is the right fit for your project? Scrum is a flexible and collaborative project management methodology that thrives in dynamic environments. But how do you know if it's the right choice for your project? Let's explore some scenarios where Scrum really shines. Firstly, think of projects that are complex in nature, where the end product is not completely defined at the start. These could be software development projects, where features and functionalities evolve with time based on customer feedback or market dynamics. In such cases, Scrum allows for iterative development, with each iteration, or sprint, bringing you closer to a product that meets user needs and expectations. Secondly, consider projects that require frequent feedback and adjustments. Scrum encourages constant communication and collaboration, making it ideal for projects where stakeholder input is vital at regular intervals. This could be a marketing campaign where feedback from focus groups can significantly influence the direction and messaging. Thirdly, Scrum is beneficial when the team is self-motivated and capable of self-management. The Scrum framework empowers teams to make decisions and adapt to changes quickly. So if your team is composed of independent, skilled individuals who thrive in a collaborative setting, Scrum could be a winning choice. Lastly, if your project is likely to face frequent changes or uncertainties, Scrum's adaptability could prove invaluable. Whether it's changing user requirements, new technology trends, or unforeseen challenges, Scrum's flexible nature allows your team to pivot and adjust as needed. Remember, though, that Scrum isn't one size fits all. It may not be the best fit for projects with a well-defined, unchanging scope, or where a sequential, step-by-step approach is more appropriate. So, take a moment to understand your project's needs, the nature of your team, and the environment in which you operate. Match these factors with the qualities of Scrum we've discussed, and you'll have a clearer picture of whether Scrum could be the key to your project's success. Scrum shines in projects that need flexibility, collaboration, and frequent feedback. A good Scrum Master is like a good coach. They guide the team, inspire collaboration, and ensure that everyone is working towards the shared goal. But what qualities truly make a good Scrum Master? Let's delve into that. Firstly, a Scrum Master should possess exceptional leadership skills. They are not the traditional boss, but rather a servant leader, assisting the team in removing obstacles and ensuring they have everything they need to succeed. They lead by example, fostering an environment where each team member feels valued and heard. Communication is another critical attribute. A Scrum Master must be an excellent communicator, able to articulate ideas clearly and effectively. They need to facilitate open communication within the team, ensuring everyone is on the same page. They are also the team's spokesperson, representing their interests to stakeholders. Problem solving is another feather in a Scrum Master's cap. They must be adept at identifying issues and finding efficient solutions. If a team member is stuck or there's a bottleneck in the process, the Scrum Master steps in to resolve the issue, keeping the project on track. Adaptability is also crucial. In the world of Agile, change is the only constant. A Scrum Master must be flexible and responsive to change, helping the team adapt and thrive in a dynamic environment. They should also display a deep understanding of Scrum practices and principles. This knowledge enables them to guide the team effectively and uphold the integrity of the Scrum framework. Lastly, a good Scrum Master is empathetic. They understand that behind every task and every user story, there's a human being. They respect individual perspectives, promote a healthy work-life balance, and foster a positive and inclusive team culture. All these qualities blend together to create a Scrum Master who is not just a task overseer, but a mentor, a facilitator, and a team player. They don't just manage, they lead, inspire, and empower. A good Scrum Master guides the team towards the goal, just like a good coach. They are the heartbeat of the Scrum team, ensuring that everyone is moving in unison towards the shared goal. A good product owner is like a visionary. This is a statement that holds a lot of truth in the realm of Agile and Scrum. A product owner is the champion for his or her product, and their qualities can significantly influence the success of a project. First and foremost, a good product owner understands customer needs. They have a direct line of communication with the customer. They know their pains, their desires, and their expectations. They are able to translate these needs into product features, ensuring that the product will meet and exceed customer expectations. Another important quality is clear and effective communication. A product owner is the bridge between the customer and the development team. They need to articulate the customer's needs to the team in a way that is clear, concise, and actionable. They also need to communicate progress and updates back to the customer, managing their expectations throughout the project. Good decision-making skills are also crucial. A product owner needs to prioritize the work that is most valuable to the product and the customer. This involves making tough decisions on what to include and what to leave out, based on the available resources and the project timeline. A product owner must also be a good leader. They need to motivate and inspire the team, helping them to see the vision for the product and to understand the value of their work. They must be able to handle conflicts, guide the team through challenges, and keep everyone focused on the ultimate goal. Resilience is another key quality. Projects often face obstacles and setbacks, and it's the product owner's job to keep the project on track, to find solutions, and to keep moving forward, no matter what. Last but not least, a good product owner must be knowledgeable about the product, the market, and the industry. They need to stay updated on trends and changes to ensure that the product remains competitive and relevant. A good product owner can envision the final product and guide the team towards that vision. They are the driving force behind the product, and their qualities can make or break the success of a project. So, we've taken a journey through the world of project management and Agile. We've explored the foundations of project management and delved into the dynamic realm of Agile. We've highlighted the differences between traditional and Agile project management and discovered that it's not about one being better than the other, but about choosing the one that suits your project's needs best. We've taken a look at various Agile methodologies and frameworks and learned about the companies that effectively utilize Agile. We've simplified Scrum and discussed how to determine if it's the right methodology for your project. We've also outlined the qualities of a great Scrum Master and product owner, highlighting the importance of leadership, communication, and a customer-focused mindset. Remember, whether it's traditional or Agile, the aim of project management is to steer your team towards achieving a set goal. So, equip yourself with the right tools and lead your project to success.
I'm Toadie. I share resources for experienced Agile practitioners, those who may never have heard about Agile project management or Scrum, and those who are thinking of a career in it. If you haven't already, please subscribe to my channel and click the notification bell to know when I upload new videos. Do like and share to help others learn for free as well. Also check out my other channel Toadie Gem for icebreakers, stories, food, travel, exploration, and other life matters. Now Gem, let's dig in.
Now, Jem, do you know delivering story points doesn't mean delivering value? Meet Rob Williams, an Agile coach in JLR.
Hi, Rob. Hi, Toadie. Hi.
You can edit.
Thanks for agreeing to this session. So, as usual, I'll be picking your brain. If you don't mind, could you please introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is Rob Williams. I'm an Agile coach within JLR, specifically a department called Digital Engineering Capability.
And how long have you been an Agile coach for?
I've been a Scrum Master since about 2010. When did I become an Agile coach? I don't know the exact date. It's been probably 5-6 years ago between the difference between a Scrum Master and a coach.
Okay, so how would you explain being an Agile coach to a child?
The simplest way I explain my job to somebody is I help people identify inefficiencies and help them identify actions to improve their efficiency in adherence to what the Agile values and principles are.
So in simple terms, what's Agile?
Agile, noun and verb, different things. The noun Agile is all about being able to respond quickly to changing situations. In the Agile implementations we see across product development, it manifested itself back in the 90s, well 2001 officially, when they founders of the Agile Manifesto wrote down 4 values and 12 principles. So there are 1 mindset, 4 values, 12 principles, and then an industry exploded into practices and tools, and they just get bigger and bigger. So there are, 20, 30 practices and then 1 million different tools you could use to implement that. But the key thing is, for me, about Agile, it's not about the tools, it's not really about the practices, it's at least tying yourself to the principles and the values, which actually ultimately makes you have the right mindset to deliver product to your customer.
Thanks. So how have you helped GLR so far? I mean, in terms of value, what value have you given to the company, would you say?
I feel like I'm being interviewed by HR to save my job. First off, my first responsibility was introducing Agile. I came into a department that had no idea what it was. So I helped transform it from what was a traditional, so say, waterfall, whatever you want to call it, but where you agree the goals, the requirements, up front, you agree the test cases before you do any work, etc., etc. They were struggling to deliver their product to the point that the company was in question about whether the product was worth it. So my first accountability was to quickly transform the department so that we could quickly demonstrate value delivery to our customer. So that involved literally everyone's role changing and their accountability changing. That was 2017, 18, I think, end of 18. Since we've started that transformation, it's all now, my contributions are now about incremental improvements to the way we work. And we're constantly making those changes. So more recently, I've moved into a more, and this is more the coach side, that was more around Scrum Mastering, implementing Scrum, coaching people in Scrum, running Scrum, then at a bit at scale, but I was still a Scrum Master at scale. But now I've moved more into, I've run out of capacity myself, so I need to build capacity in the Agile coaching realm and Scrum Master realm. So I've been building a team over the last 3 or 4 years, and my job now, actually, contribution is building that team into a world-class team. So I'm even less needed, ultimately. That's the ambition.
That's very good. And I think I would like to support you in that. So, well, basically, I also have caught a vision, and I'm thinking, I want to contribute actually to organizational learning. And, you know, I've gained so much from talking to you because I think you're a wonderful gem. So I thought it would be great to let other people share the knowledge. Apart from Agile, let's get to know you. Where in the UK are you from?
Where am I from? Originally London. So I lived in London for about 20 years. So I was born and bred London.
Well, where do you live now?
In the Cotswolds. So not a city. just about half an hour from work in the country.
Can you tell me 5 fun facts about you?
Okay. I am an avid winter sports fan. I like snowboarding, in plain English. Specifically, I like disappearing into the backcountry. So that's getting off the motorways, should we say, the pistes. I like to take a hike and disappear somewhere else. That's what motivates me. And then not see anybody, ride with my friends, and just have fun. When I'm not doing that, I was, and I hopefully would like to restart. I like walking. Me and one of my friends like walking. And we were pre-COVID, and I'll get to the next reason why it's also paused. Attempting to walk around the length of the United Kingdom.
Wow.
So we got about halfway around, and then COVID kicked in. Then I had 2 children, which is another thing. So something about me, I've got 2 young children. 2 under 2 was the phrase.
Wow.
They're not under 2 at the moment, but they were obviously at one point. But the gap between is less than 2 years. I'm a bit out of practice.
Yeah.
I did used to try to do the Telegraph cryptic crossword every day, but I'm not very good at it. I would probably get about half of it, and then wait till the following day when they reveal the answers, and then try to understand why. Which ties me into, I think this is the 5th point. I love learning. I don't know, you can hopefully see on there, that's just full of books. And I just like reading books and learning.
It's interesting how you said you like walking with people as well.
Well, actually, it's one particular person. So someone I need to live with. It's just him and I. We go for a walk. And because it's the UK, you don't tend to end up nowhere. You tend to end up at a town or a village, pretty much at breakfast, lunch and dinner. And let's just say you eat and drink a lot.
I love walking too. So do you have any favourite cuisines?
Food. I like variation. I like to try random things. So if I haven't tried something, I'll probably try. I would probably, or if my favourite meal, which I can't even think of right now because it changes, was on the menu, and there was another meal that wasn't quite the same, that I'd never had, I would probably order the thing I'd never had just because I hadn't had it. So
you like trying new dishes, basically?
I like to know that what I think is the best. Otherwise, how do I know it's the best? Otherwise, I'd only ever try one meal.
So which is the one, what's your comfort meal?
Pizzas are always an easy go-to, right? But then so's curry. But then if it's a Sunday, it's a Sunday roast. So if it's a Friday, it's fish and chips. So I don't know. I mean, it depends. Depends where I am and what time of day it is.
You said you walk a lot. Where would you recommend for like someone who's new in the UK to walk?
Depending on your fitness, I'm going to assume you've got a reasonably good fitness level, but the Southwest Coast Path is amazing. Right, it's really well signposted, it's really well populated, so you don't really get stuck between places. It's beautiful. Don't go in the middle of the summer because it's just too hot. Go in the spring and the autumn.
So do you miss London?
No, not really. No, because I used to live in Bristol as well, so I've gone from like London, big city, Bristol, smaller city, and I've gone to quite a medium town in the Cotswolds. So, and I'm on a train line to London, so and Oxford and Worcester and all that. So it's not that bad. But no, I don't actually miss it. No. I'm not a fan of crowds, if I'm honest.
Have you travelled out of the UK before?
I have, for my snowboarding primarily.
Okay, so where do you go when you go snowboarding?
The normal go-to place was France. So now we're actually deciding, I've got another circle of friends who I tend to go with. We've decided Austria is now the go-to place.
Oh, so you're going to Austria this year then?
We went already in January.
Wow. How many days did you spend there?
We called it a long weekend, but it was Wednesday to Monday. It was a very long weekend.
So have you got a bucket list of things you'd like to do before you die? Sorry, I'm using the word die.
Like I said, I'm halfway around the UK. I'd actually like to finish that off. I'd like to go back to Japan for my snowboarding again. I'd like to snowboard in the southern hemisphere. Particularly, there's one place, so Chile. Chile has a ski resort on an active volcano. That would be quite cool. What else? I'm not one for just randomly travelling. I have to travel for a reason.
Okay. So it could be to meet up with friends, or what are the major reasons for traveling for you?
It has to be social. It has to be an activity-based thing. I can't sit on a beach. I get bored. I have to have something to do. So if I'm going somewhere, I've normally got activities in the pipeline.
Did you have a favorite subject in school? Let's move on to your career and find out how you got to where you got to.
Maths. I love maths. I really do.
So how would you? So we're on a mission to find out how to make maths interesting for teenagers.
Yeah.
So, I mean, how would we walk around that? What would you recommend?
Yeah, I would say maths in itself is probably, I get it, right? Well, you're asking me to add two random numbers together, and so what? And it's the so what that matters.
Exactly.
You need to be able to do this so that you understand, can I afford to buy this and run the house and whatever, right? So maths in itself with no purpose, I get it, it'd be really boring, right? But if you say I'm going to do this so that I'm able to make decisions about something, so if you could put a purpose to why you're asking someone to do it, then that's a nice motivation to learn that skill.
You've mentioned what Agile is in simple terms. How did you get into Agile, and how do people get into being an Agile coach?
I'll try and tell you the very short story of how I did it.
Okay.
I'm not sure how other people, I guess we'll work that out when we get to the end. Like I say, I liked maths, right? I probably liked maths because I had a purpose, and the purpose was when I was 8 or 9, something like that. I used to watch the Formula One with my dad every Sunday, and I said, my dad was like, well, why don't you go, you love it, why don't you try and work out how you can go and get a job for them? So I wrote, as an 8 or 9-year-old, I wrote a letter to Williams Formula One team. This was back in the 1980s, right? I'm telling you I'm a bit older. But at that time, the chief engineer, technical director, I'm not even sure what his title was actually at that time, was a guy called Patrick Head. So for anyone who knows Formula One back in the day, Sir Frank and Patrick had the world-class winning Formula One cars for a very long time, and he was like he was what people know Adrian Newey today. Patrick Head was his equivalent back in the 90s. And I got a handwritten letter back from Patrick Head saying, hello Rob, right, you want to do this? Do you want to get into our careers? You want to help Williams Formula One? You need to do maths, you need to do physics, you need to do aeronautical engineering at university. So as an 8-year-old, I was pretty sorted for education, up to 22.
Wow.
I was like, this is brilliant. School is easy because I have a purpose. I know exactly what I want to do, and I know exactly what subjects I've got to focus on, and I know exactly why I'm doing it. So for me, I loved school. I thought it was brilliant. I knew exactly why I was going there. I knew exactly why I was learning these subjects, because I had a career I wanted to get into at 8. And I acknowledge I'm an unusual case then. So that got me aeronautical engineering degree. My first job was at Kinetic, which is it was the privatised arm of the government research, military research. And my first job was running computational fluid dynamics, so for Airbus, analysing the Airbus wings and how efficient they flew. And it was manual. I had to mesh them up, create little meshes on them, and then run them through the computer to tell me how well they flew. And after about 4 times of doing this, I thought, this is repeating myself. I can get a computer to do it. So I started writing code, Python at the time, and I actually automated my job. In fact, I even called my code Do My Job. And that got me into software, and then as a lone software, then I became a software person on a team, and then what I realised was I was better at problem solving solving problems the team I was in was experiencing than I was at writing code. So I slowly realised that actually I wasn't in the team because I could write good software. I was in the team because I helped the team do their job as a unit. And you know what? There's a job for that in Agile. It's called Scrum Master. And I accidentally became Scrum Master, and that was about 2010, when I accidentally realised I was a Scrum Master. Oops.
So you've been with JLR all the while?
No, I joined JLR in 2018.
Well done. You've always been in the automotive industry then?
No, mainly aeronautical. I was only with JLR as the first automotive. After that, it was all aeronautical from about 2002.
So what would you say are the prospects for a Scrum Master, when we think of career paths and growth?
It depends on the company you're at, right? There's been a lot of negative headlines around, Capital One always gets brought up as the prime example. A lot of negative headlines around companies laying off or not seeing the value of Agile and Agile expertise. And this might make me really unpopular, but I sort of get it. It hasn't been the silver bullet that the entire Agile industry has been rolling out. The metrics aren't backing up that there's massive improvements here. And that's a key one, metrics for me. Back to maths. I love analysing and data. Right? If the numbers don't stack up, they're not lying. You can't say, they're wrong. You need to understand why the numbers are the numbers. So, what are the prospects for a Scrum Master? It's not good enough to simply say, I've been on a Scrum Master training course, I've read the Scrum Guide. You need to understand it, because it's very brilliantly written, but very open to practical implementation. And it's the practical implementation where you earn your money. Because there's a lot of flexibility in there. And you need to work out what's the intent of the Scrum Guide so you can apply it in the real world. It's not going to tell you what to do in the real world. You need to work it out. But there will be some boundaries that it tells that you must not cross. So prospects-wise, you need to be... To learn that, you need to start, right? So you're going to need some kind of mentorship, right? Yes, of course, you'll start out by trying to implement it and understand it, and you need some support doing it. But you can't expect to be recognised as a good Scrum Master just by saying, I'm going to implement Scrum, and I'm not going to do anything but implement Scrum and not understand it. The Scrum Guide says, da, 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 da. You need to say why. Why are they saying this? What's the benefit? What does it bring to you? I need to give you purpose behind my statement. And that's really quite important. Like, the same desire I have for Scrum Masters is also the same for developers, by the way. A lot of people think the only way I'm going to get anywhere in this world is to become a developer and then move away by becoming some kind of architect, senior architect, and disappear up the tree. And you're as far removed from the actual developing of a product as you possibly can be. It's almost like most companies are set up, where you only get the money if you're as far away from the product as possible. And I actually have an aspiration to try and buck that trend. I want my best people where the product is. Now that's going to be very company dependent, but I want people who are brilliant being rewarded for being as close to the product as possible. So for me, I think there's two axes for me for a Scrum Master, right? Number one is you become world-class Scrum Master at the squad level. You make brilliant squads, brilliant teams, yeah? The other one is if you do choose to scale, then another axis is rewarding people for going up the scale as well, because as you go up the scale, guess what? You're speaking to more senior people with gravitas, with big money-making decisions, maybe some old-school mindsets, all that kind of stuff, right? You need gravitas, confidence, experience, great communication. So there's a double axis you need to reward, right? And I would want to reward both axes. Being world-class where the work happens, and helping, if you have an at-scale setup, helping the at-scale organisation work as well.
So what are the soft skills that have enhanced your growth as a Scrum Master and as an Agile coach?
Soft skills. That's a tough one for me. And I'll be honest here. I personally think my soft skills are poor because I'm so data driven. I try and turn everything back into a number. I admit it. My brain will turn everything back into a 1 or a 0. It's good or it's bad, and it will. I can't stop it. But I guess the first thing about understanding a problem is knowing you've got a problem. And I've discovered that over the last few years, trying to build a team, it's not as simple as I'm going to go and measure this. Because, do you know what? If you measure a certain thing, people will achieve it, I guarantee it. But what they'll do is they'll neglect all the other stuff. So then and you can't measure 100 things. So you need to give some kind of framework for people to understand their purpose. And that involves some soft skills, right? Understanding why they're struggling, helping them, getting to know them, right? Have they got the ability to do it? Have they got a short-term particular reason, a personal situation that you need to understand? And I've learned over the last few years some new skills in those areas, but I still think I'm very weak in soft skills. My personal critical assessment of myself.
Maybe you're too critical of yourself. So what's your strategy for surviving in the workplace, ever-changing world, you know?
I've never thought of the verb surviving, actually.
Maybe thriving then?
Well, maybe. I've got a very clear vision in my head of what I want to achieve. And when I joined JLR, I was promised by the person who hired me, I'd worked with them previously, it was a green field, it was going to be amazing, we were going to achieve great. We didn't turn up in a green field, we turned up in a brown, cloud, muddy field. But fine, that is the reality. But I still have the same vision of what I want to achieve. My worry is, I think the vision might be actually ultimately unachievable, but how close can I get to it, I guess, is the next thing I want to do. And so when you ask what surviving or thriving, every day I'm like, how am I going to achieve what I want to achieve? And one of the key things was there's only one of me, so to achieve that I can't do that on my own. So I would then go on the network scouring things for how do I get the right people around me for us to achieve that. Do they have the same vision? Are we aligned? If we're not aligned, maybe we're not a good mix of a team, or we need a further conversation and that kind of stuff. What help do I need from them? What help do they need from me to keep us going in that direction?
You talked about metrics, and I know you're very good at them. What are the key metrics that a PO should know or have in his repertoire?
So, I would say the role of the Scrum Master for the product owner is to coach them. Is to coach them in agile techniques for product management, right?
Yeah.
So let's speak specifically about Scrum, because a product owner is a Scrum Master role at that point, okay?
Yeah.
There's two key accountabilities for a product owner. Number one is effective management of the product backlog. And I did that without looking at the screen with the crib notes, right? I'm not cheating, right? So let's answer that right now. What kind of support, coaching, should a Scrum Master give to a product owner around effective product backlog management? So number one, you've got to record the backlog in the tool of choice that your company uses, right?
Yeah.
75% of the world use Jira. Let's talk Jira, okay? So if your product owner is new and has no idea how to use Jira, how on earth can we expect them to effectively manage the backlog unless we tell them how to use the tool?
Okay.
And what I'm keen on is the Scrum Master is never the secretary or the admin. The product owner needs to be excellent at using Jira to manage their backlog. They need to understand how to create and how to prioritize. Okay? So, use of the tool to record the backlog. And this isn't in the right order, but this is logical steps. Number two, I just mentioned it, prioritization. What techniques can the product owner use to make sure the work's in the right order? And we can't list them all here, but there are many that you might need to go through. And the other one is, how do you know what you should be putting into your backlog? And this will tie into their second accountability. So here's the overlap, right? So effective backlog management means putting the right items on the backlog in the right order. Okay? To get the right items on there, you're going to need to do some analysis on your customers' problems. So the clue's in the name, you're an owner of a particular product. Who are your customers and what problems do they face? Where are the customers' inefficiencies? And what can you change in your product to make their life better? Let's call that value, right? Where can you add the most value? So, right items on the backlog, prioritised, using the tool properly. As a Scrum Master, you can definitely help with all of those things. Number one, how to use the tool. Number two, prioritisation techniques. Number three, understanding your customer's world. For me, I'm a huge fan of the value stream method. What is your business process? How long does it take? What are the actors involved? What are the systems involved? As a product owner, you should have that to hand of how your customer uses your product and where are the inefficiencies in that product and how much does it cost to run that product. Have you got 8 systems? Can you consolidate it to 6? The customer doesn't see it, but the company benefits. They're all open to you, and that will give you that ability to prioritise. Before I move on to the second accountability about value, if you're only going to be able to do the second accountability, which is delivering value, by the way, if your team understand the backlog. So your developers in the team need to understand the backlog. So you need to have the backlog items refined to ready before you commence any commitment to deliver that work, which Scrum does through sprint planning. So as a Scrum Master, I'd expect you to help the product owner understand how far away they are from being ready to run sprint planning. So in Jira, you might create a dashboard that says distance from ready. Our velocity is X. Our ready stories are Y. If Y is less than X, we are not ready. We need more focused refinement time. Something simple like that to help the product owner. Yeah? The second accountability, and I've alluded to it, is maximising the value of the effort you spend. So anything you ask your development team to do by prioritising the backlog for them, you're going to be measured on how much value you've delivered back to the company. And I don't think I've seen a huge amount of greatness generally on this task. How often do we, after a product launch, measure the value we've returned? And I've alluded to how you might do it, the value stream map in my world, right? You do a value stream map, you say, this is our as is, I'm going to change A and B and C, right? And after I've changed them, I'm then going to go and measure the impact it actually has, because everything we do is a hypothesis. It's a guess, it's a best guess, it's an educated guess. But we have no idea if changing A, B and C actually speeds things up. Or we might actually slow it down because we didn't realise X, Y and Z was happening in the background. In which case we've then got more work to do to recover or make the product better again or something. But if you don't measure it, how do you actually know you've delivered value? And delivering stories and story points aren't value. That's a metric that Scrum Masters use to be able to predict the future. It's nothing about value add. Value add is asking your customer, has your life got better?
Amazing stuff. Thank you. As a Scrum Master, what are the metrics that are useful to effectively manage my team?
There's only one thing that matters. And I'm going to keep the focus. I'm going to keep the conversation on Scrum for now. Scrum is a framework for delivering complex products, and it asks you to make commitments. One of those commitments is the sprint goal out of sprint planning. Okay, so the sprint backlog is your plan. Realistic, feasible plan that allows you to make a commitment to the sprint goal, which is the single sentence that says why this sprint is value add. It's the sprint goal that you are committed to, not the items in the backlog. They are negotiable. As you learn something new, it can change, but the goal is pretty much immutable, except in extreme circumstances when you can restart the whole process. But let's not talk about that today. But so you asked, what should a Scrum Master measure? Number one, did you deliver your commitment this sprint? Yes or no? And it's on the premise that the sprint goal is valuable. So if the product owner's done their job and identified the value add, and the team as a whole have estimated and sized and roughly guessed that it fits and created a feasible commitment plan, then if you deliver the goal, you can be pretty certain that you're now in a position that you have hypothesized the value delivery. You're now going to go and measure it, by the way. So number one, you need to measure, did you hit your commitment? The other one is, in Scrum Guide as well, it talks about it. And this is the developer. So you might hit your commitment, but you might hit it by cutting corners because the time gets a little bit tight. So there's something called the definition of done. And this is the commitment that developers make to the quality of the product. I won't cut these corners, right? Because I understand why it's important to have them, so I don't end up in a world of pain in a few sprints' time. I didn't automate my tests. I didn't write down the architecture diagram because I ran out of time. So when I came to do more work in the future, I didn't know if the product was broken or not, and I don't know how to change the architecture because no one wrote down what we did earlier. So another thing you need to measure is how much technical debt your developers are creating, because effectively that's a measure of a broken commitment against quality. So you're making a commitment against delivering something for the customer, and you're making a commitment against the quality, and you need to measure the two. If one is going above the other, you haven't got the balance right. And for me, that should be two of the key things. Is your tech debt going up or down? Are you delivering reasonably consistently on your sprint commitment, on your commitments to the sprint goals? You won't always hit them, but aim for 80%. 4 out of 5 sprints, do you get a green tick or a red cross on your sprint goal? That's simple.
So if you find out that that there's a discrepancy, like sometimes you have to change the sprint goal because maybe you were too ambitious, and some are like, well, we've delivered a part of this goal, but not the whole thing. What do you do in such circumstances?
I'm very binary. You didn't deliver the goal. Internally, of course, we delivered some of it, right?
Yeah.
The moment you start marking any story as done, you're making progress towards delivering some of that goal. But the goal is the goal. It's a bit like saying, well, the ball hit the post. Did it cross the line? Well, no, half of it crossed the line. Okay, so what? So it's still not a goal, right? And I know that's unfair. It's not unfair. It might seem unfair in the very short term, but in the medium term and long term, it's massively beneficial because it's all about being predictable. Customers love nothing better than when you say you can commit to delivering something and you can, they love it. What they don't like is, oh, yes, customer, of course we'll do it. 6 months later, still haven't done it. Because I just said yes, but I knew we couldn't do it. But I delivered a bit of it.
How would you support your team in that case to deliver a minimum viable product very quickly? And how would you, first of all, describe the MVP to a layman, someone who doesn't know about MVPs?
It's a contentious term, actually, because I keep seeing terms like MVP1, MVP2, MVP3. What does minimum viable product is what it's for, right?
Yes.
And basically, in plain English, it means what's the minimum functionality I need to have developed to give this to my customer. Okay? Now, MVP1 is your first release, right? Everything after that is a subsequent release. So, the reason the acronym is quite important is because it's trying to enforce one of the Agile principles, which is maximising the amount of work not done. So, in other words, don't put functionality in there that isn't absolutely needed and agreed by the customer to solve their particular problem. A lot of developers fall into the trap of, while I've got the code base open, I might as well add extra functionality because I'm here in the first place. Don't do it. You weren't asked to do it. The danger is you might actually break something, and it might not be needed by the customer. Someone else, somewhere else, might be fixing that problem in a different way. As a developer, you might not have that bigger picture. So just do the minimum to achieve the sprint goal to the quality bar, right? Now that's from the developer point of view, but from the product owner point of view, they need to have done the work beforehand. And this is where the product owners need to not just say yes to customers. They need to truly understand what the customer actually needs to do their job slightly better than today. Slightly better is good enough. Once we've got it launched, we can engage with you continuously to bring you rolling updates, right? But until we've got something in your hand, we're only guessing if it's going to be valuable. That's why it's so important to get something to your customer early, because then you get the feedback. That's the concept of the MVP. What I would say is the product owners need to be saying, what you're asking me to do is very expensive, right? And the people who estimate expenses, the developers, because they're the people who do it. So they need the technique of, hey developers, you've come back and said this is going to cost me X. I can't afford X in the time frame I want to deploy. Which parts of the ask is driving you to make it this expensive? Oh, you want the system to be responsive in less than 1 second. It's the performance part, yeah? Or it's the AI algorithmic generation of X, of some function, yeah? But you need to get from the developers the thing that's worrying them to put that price tag on it. Once you know that, you can effectively get a menu. This. These are the driving factors in the cost of the release, the MVP. You can go to the customer as a product owner and then negotiate. You can either wait for us to do all this, or we can defer the performance, right? We'll get you the results in 10 seconds, not 1 second. Is that okay as a first release for you, customer? We promise that we will prioritise at some point, based on your guidance, functionality or performance coming up next. Your choice. But we can get you something that gives you an answer in 10 seconds, not 1. Yes or no? So you enter a negotiation phase with the customer.
Have you worked in a waterfall environment before?
Probably. It's hard to answer because no one does pure waterfall, right? But we all do in a way, right?
Yeah.
Even we do with our annual budgets, right? And our annual commitments, yeah? So we write down where we are now. We're going to commit to these high-level goals in return for you giving us X pounds. Is it waterfall? No. Is it fully agile? No, but it's closer. Have I worked in a waterfall environment? Probably not, where it's strictly like sign-off requirements, etc. The only time I have was in a safety-critical program in my old company, and it was around air traffic control actually, where they did go through requirement sign-off before any development funding was released. But that was probably one of the lowest points of my career. It was incredibly dull.
Okay, thanks very much. I was going to also ask you about ceremonies, like the events that we have. So, what would you call ceremonies in simple terms?
I wouldn't call them ceremonies to start with.
Okay.
Let's just call them events or meetings. Yeah.
Okay.
They're not we're not some religious cult. We don't wear silly hats and have incense, right? So, in Scrum, again, staying on Scrum, we have certain meetings that happen during the framework, right?
Yeah.
During a time box, which Scrum calls a sprint, okay? There are 4 formal events that happen. In chronological order, you kick off the sprint with something called sprint planning. And in plain English, given a goal, what are the items from the backlog that the product owners prioritised and refined in advance? What are those items that we're going to put into the sprint backlog, which is a subset, right? of these 100 items, we're going to take these 10. These 10 together should deliver that goal. We're then going to create a credible technical plan to deliver it and make a commitment to it, right? There's guidance on Scrum Guide on how to do that, how long it takes, right? That's event number 1. Event number 2. This happens every single day for the rest of the sprint. And it's basically, it's called the daily scrum, sometimes called the daily stand-up. I think it's one of the most misunderstood meetings in the Scrum program.
Why do you say that?
Because I think the Scrum Master and the product owner misuse it most of the time. Because it's not actually for either of those roles that I've just said. A really good test of a high-performing team that understands what the purpose of the daily scrum is, if you were to observe it, you wouldn't have a clue who was the Scrum Master. The meeting is for the developers to have a time period, a very short time period, where they talk about, since we last spoke, I've learned some really valuable information that I need to share with you that is directly affecting our commitment to the sprint goal. And based on that, I need to talk to you, and you after this meeting. Right? And I'm being ambiguous, but they would be specific on what the topic was. The next one is, what I'm planning on doing today are addressing these things, tasks, subtasks, whatever you want to call them, plans, items, action points. I'm planning on doing this in the next 24 hours. To do that, Toddie, I need to talk to you because I know you've got knowledge on how to do it more efficiently. So to save me some time, I'm going to pick your brains for 30 minutes about 2 o'clock this afternoon to tell me how to do it most efficiently. Okay? But what's going to happen is it's going to help us do this and do this and do this. And the whole conversation is around creating a plan amongst the developers, not for the developers, but amongst the developers, for how they can use the next 24 hours to take the biggest step towards delivering the sprint goal. The product owner is only there to observe, and if they get asked a question, hey product owner, because we don't write everything down in absolute minute detail before we commit to everything, we've got one query. Is it in or is it out? Scope clarifications at the point of query. It's out. Brilliant. Thank you. I won't bother doing it today then. Park it. Great. Makes my life easy. Scrum Master's there to listen for the team going, oh my God, we've all got stuck. The license server's down and no one knows who to contact to restart it. And Is it us that restarts it? Is it someone else? You might pick that up as a Scrum Master and go, I'm going to take this. Crack on with all the other work you can do. I'm going to find out the contacts for who owns the license server. I'm going to find out where the processes might be written down. I'm going to put together the right people to solve this. I'm not going to solve it because I have no idea how to restart the server, but I'm going to find the people that can. So you can carry on doing valuable tech work. I'm going to go and do the boring, menial people chasing. Okay? So for me, that's the daily scrum, right? And it's not a status report, and it's not a point at Jira task boards, etc. It's not. It's a synchronization. What's the best use of our time before the next daily scrum, to take the biggest step towards the sprint goal.
Thanks.
That's what the last 2 ends the sprint, right? Yeah. Sprint review. Now the sprint review is owned by the product owner. For me, there's some good patterns you can do. Out of sprint planning, you should have a committed goal that your team have given the thumbs up to say, yeah, we can do this, we think. And you should know who your customers are. So your product owner should immediately invite your customers to the sprint review 1 minute after the sprint has started. And this is going to be a bit mean, and maybe, by doing that, by sending the invite to the customers immediately, everyone in that squad is now a little bit like, we've gone public. So we can't wait till the last minute and say, shh, no one knew we didn't deliver. By going public, you're very much saying, this is the commitment we've made. And what it will drive is very focused decisions and conversations around all the work you do. Because who wants to sit there at the end of the sprint and go, yeah, we didn't achieve it. Did we work in the most efficient way? Well, no, but, what does it really matter? Of course it matters, because you've publicly made the commitment now, and no one likes to be publicly embarrassed. So there's a benefit there, right? Product owner owns sprint review. They send an invite. At the sprint review, the product owner owned that meeting. They should kick it off by saying, welcome to everyone, set the context, what's the goal, what they're going to demo, what they're not going to demo, because some things might have fallen out of scope. Maybe you failed on your sprint goal, you've only got a bit of a product to show and not all of it. But outline what you're going to do. Then, show a working product. And I don't care who shows it, anyone in the team. The customer could drive the tool as far as I'm concerned, but what it is a working product with somebody driving it. And the purpose of that is to go, it's not how I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to behave better than it does. So therefore, I think we've got some improvements to make. Can we add these to the backlog? Sure. Where do you think they sit in the priority? Is it the new functionality, or do you want me to focus on improving the stuff you've just seen? Product owner asks those questions, right? The inspect and adapt. So you're inspecting the product and you're adapting your backlog based on the feedback. So is the priority new stuff or fixing what you've just seen? Customer, help me. To end the review off, you should outline what your proposed ambitions would be for the next time period as well. So the customer could sort of go, oh, I'm not quite sure that's the right thing. You know, it's a last minute point where the customer can steer you. Yeah? You end the sprint with what's called the retrospective, and that's that's the Scrum Masters meeting. It's the one that I think gets abandoned the easiest, which is the biggest anti-pattern. The Scrum Master needs to look at what's happened over the last sprint and ask some really powerful questions around what's happened and how well you worked and how efficient you delivered your goal. Remember, I haven't touched about this, right? The Scrum Master's accountabilities, there's 2 of them in the Scrum Guide. Number 1 is you will implement Scrum as per the Scrum Guide, right? We've spoken about how there's a bit of flexibility and you need to understand the Scrum Guide and what its intent is and how you actually apply it in the practical world. That's your first accountability. The second one is making sure that maximising the team's efficiency. That's your second accountability. Probably your most important one, actually. Right? Maximise the team's efficiency. And the only way you can do that is by measuring the team against their efficiency. And when can you agree with the team to make changes to the way they work at the retrospective? So you need to be able to measure your team qualitatively and quantitatively across the sprint, present it in the retro, drive a really powerful conversation, and let the team decide how they can make actionable improvements themselves. And that's PO, Scrum Master and devs owning actions, not just the Scrum Master, to improve the efficiency of the team. And then you need to measure at the next retro whether it's actually made an impact.
Thanks so much, Rob. Appreciate it.
No worries.
Smash Eats Now Gem. Subscribe to the Gold. Be smashing. Subscribe to the Gem. And connect on social media. Follow us on Facebook. Join the conversation on Now Gem All Life Matters. Let's change our world one little heartbeat at a time, with every word and smile.
Welcome everyone to Smashing Scrum, and today I have Petra Saxby with me. She's a PO. I'll be asking her a few questions. Petra, why do you think it's necessary for us to discuss our ways of working and share knowledge?
Well, in a Scrum team, all the roles are integral to one another, and it's vital that they work together for the practice of Scrum to be effective.
I totally agree, and then the fact is some of us have certain knowledge and it looks like people are working in silos, and if we're not careful, it's people are experts in certain areas, but knowledge sharing would be very useful. So what advice would you've been working in Agile for, I think you said 18 years now.
8 years. 10 years prior I was working in technical operations, which was more BAU, but for the last 8 years I've been working in agile software development.
Okay, thanks. So, what are the major differences, and what are the things that you'd say? Like, I know you were recommending Kanban. Yeah. So why do you have that point of view as opposed to Scrum?
Well, I think I don't have a preference. Well, that's not true. I personally do prefer Kanban because in a way sometimes it's more achievable, whereas Scrum, it requires more discipline and can be less achievable, particularly if there's conflicting demands and you've got to, each individual has to be really diligent in managing their time boxing and risk and keeping the team informed so delivery can be executed in Scrum practice, which is basically the difference between Scrum is you bring the people to the work, whereas Kanban, you bring the work to the people. So there's more flexibility in Kanban, which makes it easier generally for a lot of people to adopt. But in Scrum, you bring the people and the skills that you need to the work and you time box that work. The idea is that it's estimated, but you have to keep monitoring that time boxing, and that can be a task in itself, whereas people purely want to focus on the work that they're doing.
Thanks for that. So the other thing I thought, since you've been working as a PO, what would you say has been issues you've encountered with the team, and what do you think they need to imbibe when it comes to Scrum adoption?
I think it's the habit building. Sometimes it's a change of habits. So a lot of us, we're very used to acting on past habits. And sometimes if you've not done something new before, it just takes time to adjust. And it takes conscious, purposeful habit building in the first sort of weeks or months even for it to become a habit itself. So you've got to consciously make that effort. You know, how are you going to make sure that you are following the practice of Scrum in your daily work?
And then also when it comes to like estimation, task estimation, what advice would you give to developers, for instance, and what observations, based on your observations and experiences?
Well, firstly, estimation is just estimation. It's not something that you're held to. But the more experienced you are in a particular thing, the closer your estimation will likely be. When it's something there's a lot of unknowns, it's expected it could be quite far off the actual, the true length of time or effort needed to complete something or to deliver something. So essentially in Scrum, you estimate as close to the t-shirt size as closely as possible, and then as you go and you find new unknowns, you may have to then create a separate time box which you want to raise as an additional piece of work, so that the Scrum Master can actually manage this in terms of the capacity of the team and the ability for the team to deliver on the goals of that sprint. So you can either raise additional stories or spikes, but you can also increase or decrease the estimations based on how the work's going. Say you're halfway through and you're only expected to have only just started, you can adjust the estimate, and that way the Scrum Master can see what the capacity is that the team has to deal with, and can also start reallocating any resource where that's needed. For instance, if someone in the team needs assistance on something that they're working on, that would reduce increased capacity would free up that support. within the Scrum. So
Yeah, thanks. So that's like buttressing the values of transparency and adaptability, basically.
Yeah, and it's not transparency because people aren't trustworthy, and I think sometimes that's how it's taken, and it can be felt like it's micromanagement. But all it is simply what's the time. The Scrum Master is responsible for the capacity of the team, both at planning and in monitoring that delivery and knowing whether we're going to meet the goals that we've set. So it's really important that the Scrum Master knows that whether we are going to use it or whether there is actually additional capacity that could be allocated.
Very important. Yeah. So I won't take too much of your time. The other thing I was going to ask is, you've been working with me as a Scrum Master. So what tips would you have for other Scrum Masters in a way?
I would say, you are essentially the manager of the delivery. You are the Scrum Master. You are the master of that entire area. So, I think the best way I'll put it is take up that space. In the same way that the PO is responsible for the roadmap and has to know when new things, for instance, are being added to the roadmap. Is it right that it gets added to the roadmap? What's the value it's delivering? In the same way, the Scrum Master needs to know, are we delivering what we've set out to do? Are the goals being met? And this is where the key results from those goals will be measured. The objective is this is the goal we've set out to do this sprint, and the key results are meeting those goals. Or they can sometimes only be realised once it's actually implemented with stakeholders, for instance. But also, it's vital to you, but also as you're within your role, to actually reap the benefits as well in seeing those goals met. So it's really important you're able to track those.
Absolutely. I totally agree with that. Then also, I know you're very good at stakeholder management. It's one of your strengths. What tips do you have for other people, like maybe developers,
I know I've not always been the most confident in stakeholder management. I can remember when I first started out, I was somewhat reserved. I think read up on anything you don't know and aren't confident about asking a stakeholder, but also it's okay not to know the answer and actually ask them, because they want to know that you are interested in what they know, and actually that feeds into what they need as well. So if you're really stuck and you need to speak to them, set up time, talk to them, ask them the questions that you need to understand. Most people are more than happy to impart their knowledge to help you do your work that helps them.
Absolutely. Yeah. The other thing I was thinking about is that life is a university, like they say, so we are all learning, improving on ourselves. But as a PO, what would you say has helped you achieve the most?
I would actually say leaders who coach rather than manage. Because I've had both, and I think it's really important to strike a balance. And actually, I asked this question myself in a recent lunch and learn that I attended, and I asked the question: as a manager or a leader, when do you mentor and when do you coach, and why? I didn't actually get the answer because there must have been other people who were asking questions at the same time. But it's actually very much dependent on the individual and what the help is that they need. If you're a leader and you have very experienced people and they want to ask, they want to get your view on something, absolutely, I'm more than happy to give them my viewpoint if that helps them come to a conclusion. And also, I think reaching out to not just your manager or team lead, but reaching out to a number of people to get variety of views is always important on work, on people, etc. That's always really important. But in terms of my experience of being led, what's worked most for me is positive reinforcement and also empowerment, because it's proven that if someone focuses on the negative
Baby girl, you are so pretty, 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 pretty. Baby girl, you are so pretty, 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 pretty. Females
Have you ever eaten deep-fried and seasoned delicious cockroaches? Would you consider some yummy, crunchy, and flavorful grasshoppers for tea? Wait till you get to Thailand. Did you know insects are considered a delicacy in Thailand? And Thailand is the only South Asian country not to have been colonized by Europeans. I'm Todi, stick with me and let's learn more interesting and shocking facts about Thailand as we enjoy Julie's tasteful cooking. You can find out more about Julie's love story in Tales from Myton in the description. We missed out on the insect delicacy. You may want to try this out. The recipes are captured in pictures in this video, and as you enjoy the process, not necessarily in order, let's learn more about Thai cooking and culture. Did you know the importance of emotional and cultural intelligence? Find out more in that video in the description in the meantime. Here are 10 interesting facts about Thai cuisine. Thai cuisine varies significantly by region. For example, khao soi, a coconut curry noodle soup, is popular in the north, but hard to find in the south. Many Thai cooking techniques such as stir frying and deep frying were introduced by Chinese immigrants. 3. Almost every Thai dish includes sugar, even savory ones. 4. Thai, especially traditional homes, rarely have ovens. Most dishes are fried, grilled, or steamed. 5. Umami, balance of flavor. Thai food is known for its balance of sweet, sour, salty, bitter, and spicy flavors in each dish. 6. Insects are a common snack in Thailand. Crickets, grasshoppers, silkworms, and even scorpions are often fried and sold by street vendors. 7. Durian, known as the king of fruits, is infamous for its strong odor, which is often compared to rotten onions or sewage. Despite its smell, it's a beloved fruit in Thailand and used in many dishes. 8. Khao soi, a famous northern Thai dish that combines crispy and soft noodles in a rich coconut curry broth, is less known internationally but highly revered within the country. 9. Nampla, fish sauce, is a staple in Thai cooking, used in almost every dish. It provides a unique umami flavor that is essential to Thai cooking. Wait for it, 13 shocking facts about Thai culture. 1. Thailand is the only Southeast Asian country that was never colonized by European power. 2. Thailand uses the Buddhist era calendar, which is 543 years ahead of the Gregorian calendar. 3. The Thai numerical system is unique. For example, the number 12 is expressed as 210. 4. The traditional Thai greeting, called the Y, involves pressing the palms together and bowing slightly. 5. The king's birthday is a major national holiday celebrated with great enthusiasm. 6. The Thai monarchy is deeply revered, and insulting the king is a serious crime, punishable by long prison sentences. The national anthem is played twice a day in public spaces, and people are expected to stand in respect. 7. Some animals in Thailand, particularly those owned by the royal family, are given high status and titles. For example, royal elephants are treated with great reverence. Have you ever eaten deep fried and seasoned delicious cockroaches? Would you consider some yummy, crunchy, and flavorful grasshoppers for tea? Well, till you get to Thailand. Did you know insects are considered a delicacy in Thailand? And Thailand is the only South Asian country not to have been Have you ever eaten deep-fried and seasoned delicious cockroaches? Would you consider some yummy, crunchy and flavorful grasshoppers for tea? Wait till you get to Thailand. Did you know insects are considered a delicacy in Thailand? And Thailand is the only South Asian country not to have been colonized by Europeans. I'm Todi, stick with me and let's learn more interesting and shocking facts about Thailand as we enjoy Julie's tasteful cooking. You can find out more about Julie's love story in Tales from Myton in the description. We missed out on the insect delicacy. You may want to try this out. The recipes are captured in pictures in this video, and as you enjoy the process, not necessarily in order, let's learn more about Thai cooking and culture. Did you know the importance of emotional and cultural intelligence? Find out more in that video in the description in the meantime. Here are 10 interesting facts about Thai cuisine. Thai cuisine varies significantly by region. For example, khao soi, a coconut curry noodle soup, is popular in the north but hard to find in the south. Many Thai cooking techniques such as stir frying and deep frying were introduced by Chinese immigrants. 3. Almost every Thai dish includes sugar, even savory ones. 4. Thai, especially traditional homes, rarely have ovens. Most dishes are fried, grilled or steamed. 5. Umami, balance of flavor. Thai food is known for its balance of sweet, sour, salty, bitter and spicy flavors in each dish. 6. Insects are a common snack in Thailand. Crickets, grasshoppers, silkworms and even scorpions are often fried and sold by street vendors. 7. Durian, known as the king of fruits, is infamous for its strong odor, which is often compared to rotten onions or sewage. Despite its smell, it's a beloved fruit in Thailand and used in many dishes. 8. Khao soi, a famous northern Thai dish that combines crispy and soft noodles in a rich coconut curry broth, is less known internationally but highly revered within the country. 9. Nampla, fish sauce, is a staple in Thai cooking, used in almost every dish. It provides a unique umami flavor that is essential to Thai cooking. Wait for it, 13 shocking facts about Thai culture. 1. Thailand is the only Southeast Asian country that was never colonized by European power. 2. Thailand uses the Buddhist era calendar, which is 543 years ahead of the Gregorian calendar. 3. The Thai numerical system is unique. For example, the number 12 is expressed as 210. 4. The traditional Thai greeting, called the Y, involves pressing the palms together and bowing slightly. 5. The king's birthday is a major national holiday celebrated with great enthusiasm. 6. The Thai monarchy is deeply revered, and insulting the king is a serious crime, punishable by long prison sentences. The national anthem is played twice a day in public spaces, and people are expected to stand in respect. 7. Some animals in Thailand, particularly those owned by the royal family, are given high status and titles. For example, royal elephants are treated with great reverence and have special privileges. Almost every Thai home and business has a spirit house, a miniature shrine to appease spirits and protect the property. Offerings of food, drinks and flowers are regularly made. The Songkran festival is a traditional Thai New Year celebrated in April with a massive water fight. People throw water on each other to symbolize cleansing and renewal. Foot and head taboos. In Thai culture, the head is considered the most sacred part of the body, while the feet are the lowest and least clean. Touching someone's head or pointing your feet at people or religious objects is considered highly disrespectful. Buddhism significantly influences Thai culture, from daily life to festivals and rituals. Monks are highly respected, and many young men spend some time as monks in their lifetime. Color of the day. Thai people often wear specific colors on certain days of the week, a tradition that comes from Hindu mythology. For example, Monday's color is yellow, which is why many Thais wear yellow on Mondays in honor of the king. These aspects highlight the rich tapestry of traditions and flavors that make Thai cuisine and culture unique and captivating.
The most popular sports in Thailand include football, with a strong following for both local leagues and international matches, Muay Thai, known as the art of 8 limbs, volleyball, particularly popular among women, badminton, and sepak takraw, a traditional sport similar to volleyball but played with a rattan ball and using feet, knees, chest, and head to hit the ball. Poets like Sonton Phu, known as the Shakespeare of Thailand, famous for his epic poem Phra Afai Mani, Chirenan Pete Preacher, a contemporary poet known for her strong social messages and feminist stance, Auta, a rising star in the Thai hip-hop scene, known for his complex rap verses, BNK48, a popular Thai idol group inspired by Japan's AKB48, Bao Ki Lion, a female music producer and singer known for her husky voice and hit songs like Long Jai. There are icons like King Rama IX, revered for his contributions to music, photography, and social projects, Apichat Pong Weera Sithako, an acclaimed filmmaker known for his unique storytelling and artistic vision, Hollywood stars like Tony Jaa, a martial artist and actor known for his roles in Ong Bak and Furious 7, Chutimon Choing Charon Swing, an actress and model who gained international fame with her role in Bad Genius, Keo Pong Prayun, a boxer who won a silver medal at the 2012 Summer Olympics, Paradron Srichapan, a former professional tennis player who reached the top 10 in the ATP rankings. Famous Thai footballers include Tirasil Dangda, a prolific striker and one of Thailand's top goal scorers, Chanathip Songraskin, known as Messi J, celebrated for dribbling skills and has played in Japan's J-League, Thirathun Bonmathan, a versatile defender who has also played in Japan, Kawin Thamsachan Nand, one of Thailand's best goalkeepers, Kiatsuk Sinamaung, a legendary former striker and coach, often referred to as Zico. Pardon my murdering the names. What aspects of Thai culture, if any, is similar to yours? Comment below. Now, Gem, if you haven't yet, consider subscribing for more interesting and captivating facts about other cultures like these. Do check the Smashing Connection playlist referenced in the description. Like, share, comment, and follow. Thanks for sticking with me.
Meals with salmon. We've got sort of a barbecue-y roasted chicken, the legs particularly, stuffed with lemons to give a lovely summer flavour. And in the spices on the chicken are cumin, paprika, hot paprika, smoked paprika, garlic powder, salt, pepper. And then we've got it roasted with some veg, some carrots, potatoes, red onions, white onion, and red peppers. So they've been roasted at the same time as the chicken. And they've also had some cumin seeds sprinkled over them. And then with it we're having some gravy that's using some of the spices and the herbs and the lemon juice to continue the summery flavour. And then we're having some cream peas as well. chocolate.
Like and follow for more.
Meals with Simon. Today we're going to make a Asian-inspired chicken noodle soup. We've got 2 chicken breasts, a couple of stalks of celery, a couple of carrots, 1/2 green sweet peppers, half a red sweet pepper, 2 medium red chilies, 4 green chilies, butter bean sprouts. We'll use some coriander. We've got light and dark soy. Key flavours are going to be chilli, root ginger and garlic. So I've got a good thumb length, perhaps a bit more of the root ginger, and about 6 cloves of garlic. And then we've also got some chilli flakes and some garlic granules. And we're going to be using just instant noodles this time round, but you can use just normal dried egg noodles, much cheaper than fresh ones. And for a soup, it's absolutely fine. And then we've got some chicken bouillon, which we may add just to thicken the soup a bit. And we're also going to use 1 big white onion too. Well, we've got enough coriander to do about 2.5 to 3 tablespoons once chopped up. So I've prepared the chilies, garlic and ginger with the skins removed and the tails off. I like my food quite hot and spicy, so I've used both red and hotter finger chilies. If you taste less than this and you want a milder noodle dish, use less finger chilies or omit them altogether, and maybe scale down the garlic if that's your style. The veg is prepped, sliced into smallish pieces. The celery, carrot, red and green pepper and the white onion. So here we've just got 2 chicken breasts which I've cut through the thickness, halve the thickness, and then I'm going to finely slice them. They'll be quite thin because this is a braised dish, so it's not stir fried. Only slicing the chicken. That's just so here we are, all the ingredients prepped, which is the most time consuming thing about Oriental cooking. There's the chicken finely sliced and the veg finely sliced, and the key 4 flavourings: root ginger, red chilli, green chilli, garlic and coriander, and then we'll be using light and dark soy and the noodles and some chicken bouillon stock. So there we have the instant noodles broken up into chunks with the seasoning from the packs put in with them. If you're not using instant noodles and just using egg noodles, then you'll probably use more chicken bouillon. So the noodles have been covered with boiling water, just enough to cover them, and they're just going to soak in that for about 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and then that'll be added to the rest of the Chinese soup. So I've got a little bit of vegetable oil, and I'm just gently softening and sweetening the carrots and the celery before I add the water and the rest of the ingredients, just for maybe 5 minutes, just to soften them a bit and get them sweet. Don't really need to do it with the rest, but these 2, it helps. The rest of the veggies in. Well, the peppers and the onions, just breaking them free, particularly the onions, before we add the water and what becomes the flavourings in the stock. Water's in, and we're now just going to add the chicken because it's going to poach, because this is basically a braised dish. The chicken will discolour as it cooks and add flavour to, you can see the colour coming out of it already. It's going right to basically the broth of the stock. You can see the chicken's already started to discolour after a few minutes. Now adding the main flavours. That's the root ginger, the garlic. We're not going to put the coriander in yet, that'll go in very late. There's the chilies, and we'll put in the bean sprouts later and finish off with some soy sauce. I just put in a couple of teaspoons of the bouillon, because there's some stock flavourings in the instant noodles. If I was using, this is just a lovely Asian chicken powder. Good Asian stores will stock it, but if you have to, use some chicken bouillon powder or even chicken stock cubes if you have to. Soup is now coming to the simmer, and I'm just going to simmer that for about 4 or 5 minutes before I add the bean sprouts, because the bean sprouts need a lot less time. I'm trying to get it so that the veg is soft without losing too much colour. So just adding the bean sprouts, because they don't need long. Make sure they're in the water, and then I'll gently mix them in before we add the noodles and finish off with the soy. Add in the noodles to the soup because it's near enough cooked. Oh yes, just got the quantity right. How about that? Like 2-3 tablespoons of light soy. And about 1 tablespoon of dark. Just going to put in most of the coriander, and then leave a little bit just to garnish on top when we serve. So here we have the finished chicken vegetable noodle broth. Big portion, feed a good 4 to 6 main portions. So here we have it plated up, garnished with fresh coriander, a hot, spicy chicken vegetable and noodle oriental broth. Meals with Simon.
Would you try this out? Comment while you're in below. Please like, subscribe or follow for more smashing foods and recipes.
Don't forget to share with other food lovers.
Meals with Simon. So today we're doing Oriental style baked sea green. That's going to be stuffed with fresh basil, tomato, finely sliced red onion, finely sliced ginger and lemon slices, and some red chilli, medium red chilli. It's going to be seasoned with some sea salt and some ground black pepper. It's going to then be baked in the oven for about 25 minutes on 170 degrees C.
And served with yellow rice, lemon wedges and green peas.
Make it easy to eat. I'm just trimming off the fins. That's what I tend to do when I'm eating whole fish. So, finely slicing the tomato into wedges, just 1 tomato as usual, ripened on the windowsill. Particularly fish like this have got a lot. So I'm just scoring through the flesh, just as you would if you were barbecuing this. It'll just help the flavours cook through. So the tomato wedges have been placed under the fish in a baking tray or baking Pyrex dishes I'm using, and I'm now very finely slicing about a thumb's length of root ginger that's already been peeled, and I want to get this really wafer thin. And the last bit I'm just going to cut into strips. So the ginger wedges just being pressed into the top grooves on the fish. finely slicing after I've halved the fresh chilies. It's going to be about 1 chili per person. If you like it reasonably spicy, if you're not, just half a chili per person. Depends on the size of the fish as well. Some of the chili goes inside. Some of the chili sprinkle around. And some of the chili is going to go on the top. So, one of the lemons, cutting into slices. Oh, that was close. Some of the lemon wedge into the carcass. Sea breams don't have a very big carcass, so you can't get that much in. And then just some lemon on top. Just gentle sprinkle of cultured black pepper and a little bit of sea salt. And just spraying on a little bit of oil. So fresh basil stops it all. You could use Thai basil leaves for this if you can get hold of them. I'm just using some fresh basil that's been growing. This is just normal Italian or Greek basil, but it'll do for this meal. Some of the basil's been put in the carcass, some on top, and now I'm just sealing it with foil, and then it's going to be baked in the oven for about 25 minutes. So very finely chopping the red onions. Because I want them to go really small into the rice dish that's accompanying this. So I'm doing yellow coconut rice. Oops, so easy. Plain rice, adding the finely chopped red onion, just one, small to medium one. So this is some coconut cream, keep in the fridge, then it's hard. That's going into the rice. Yellow coconut rice. I'm adding just a little bit of turmeric, just about a teaspoon. So the coconut cream soon melts into the rice. So I've just added boiling water. There's already been some salt in with the rice, so the boiling water will melt the coconut cream. And I'm just making sure it's thoroughly stirred, so that it doesn't stick. So just in the last minute, stirring in about a couple of tablespoons of the fresh coriander. Adds a lovely final level of flavour to the yellow coconut rice. Salmon. You can create into a mould if you want to do arty.
Would you try this out? Comment while you're in below. Please like, subscribe or follow for more smashing foods and recipes.
Thanks for watching.
Meals with salmon.
Roasted wild mallard duck with roasted red onion and carrots, finished off with a rhubarb and ginger sauce, green peas and homemade croutons, and a glass of red wine.
Would you try this out? Comment while you're in below. Please like, subscribe or follow for more.
Why not experience the pub that was built on a windmill and other smashing hangouts with me? Find out more in the description. Like and follow for more.
Why not enjoy some appetizing delicacies at Slago Lounge and other smashing hangouts with me? Find out more in the description. Please like and follow. Thank you. Why not enjoy some delicious cakes at Rose's Tea Room and other smashing hangouts with me? Find out how in the description. Please like and follow. Thank you.
It's a diverse church, and there is an expert cook right there. Oh, yes. Her name is Gold.
That's a lovely lady.
And she made some delicious jollof rice.
Meals with Simon. Mexican-style minced beef tortilla wrap. Slice some avocado.
Meanwhile, comment where you are watching from.
Chopped up avocado, seasoning it with some lime juice. You can use lemon, stops it going brown, and it's going to go lovely with the wraps. Here we have prepped all the fillings to go in the wraps. We've got some washed rockets, some shredded little gem lettuce, some diced up tomatoes, and I've seasoned that with some garlic granules and some ground black pepper. Got some finely sliced sweet peppers and some finely sliced cucumber. Then we've got some chopped up diced avocado with some lime juice over it, and then we've got some diced up red jalapenos. You can use green jalapenos. And then we've got some red onion finely sliced, and it's just been marinated in some salt, and I'm using a bit of vinegar to just rinse out the salt and take the harshness off the red onions. We've got some sour cream and some tomato salsa, they're optional. And then as flavourings today, we've used some garlic granules on the tomatoes, some ground black pepper, and I'm just using a little bit of chipotle and lime seasoning that's going to go on top of the minced beef. So the heart of the wrap is some minced beef balls and some cheese slices. Okay, doesn't matter which sort of cheese, whether you use the the really synthetic type ones. I prefer a bit better quality, so I've got some nice medium cheddar cheese slices. So you take your minced ball, this is beef, you could use pork, you could use a mixture of beef and pork, and either with a burger suppressor, or I'm just using the hilt of my hand, you just spread the minced beef around to fill most of the size of the wrap, and obviously you judge with a bit of trial and error the size of the ball depending on the size of your wraps that you're using, but you want a nice thin layer so that it cooks quickly, because you're only cooking it on one side, so it's need to cook through the meat. Advantage of beef is, beef is not so critical to cook fully through like pork is, or minced chicken. You could do minced chicken. So I'm adding some seasoning, you don't have to. I've got some nice chipotle chili and lime seasoning. You could use fajita mix seasoning. You could use a mixture of cumin and garlic powder and paprika. You could just use some herbs like oregano, but I'm just doing it with this seasoning, which complements the rest of what I've got here. Just a thin layer. And you pre-prep several of these, and then you cook each one and build up the layers. Pan, a little bit of oil in the bottom, and triangle. You want really good contact with the meat in the heat. You can hear it sizzling. Doesn't take long. So, chefy tip: when you put your hand on the tortilla with the mince in initially, it's cold because of the cold from the meat. And once it's cooking, you'll start to feel it hot at the top. Once it's evenly hot, you know it's cooked.
Take this time to share this video and write in the comments below your favorite meal. And we'll make sure we leave a heart especially for you.
Flip it over. Put on a cheese slice. Preferably with a lid to help the cheese soften. If you haven't got a lid, you can just have a big sheet of foil just prop over the top to help it steam, soften the cheese up. So here we have all the ingredients to build up the tortillas. Choose what you want, mix and match. Got the red onion, cucumber, sweet peppers, tomatoes, avocados, jalapenos, shredded little gem, and rocket. Add some salsas if you wish them.
And some red onions.
Okay, so you've got your layers in, fold up your wrap, and it's got a crisp coating Either eat it with your fingers or knife and fork. Meals with Simon. Bon appetit.
Would you try this out? Comment while you're in below. Please like, subscribe or follow for more smashing foods and recipes.
Meals with Simon. Beef stroganoff, boiled rice, green beans. Bon appetit.
Would you try this out? Comment while you're in below. Please like, subscribe or follow for more smashing foods and recipes.
Watch full video in description below.
Meals with Simon. Beef stroganoff, boiled rice, green beans. Bon appetit. Finally, chopping celery. Not essential for this recipe, but I tend to add it as just an extra veg, and it just gives a little bit more substance and nutrition to the sauce. Carving the onions and just cutting them into strips. One of the nice things about this recipe, you don't have to finely chop everything. So just chopping up some mushrooms into slices. I've got a mixture of chestnut and button here, but button's fine. I'll just have to add some chestnuts as well to give a little bit of extra richness to the mushroom flavour. That's the mushrooms chopped up. There's about 8 to 10 mushrooms there, depending on the size. That's the veg that's going into the stroganoff itself. Mushrooms, about 2 medium to large onions, and a couple of sticks of celery. Celery's not essential, these two are. To make the sauce for the stroganoff, main ingredients: garlic, just got 3 reasonably large cloves, parsley, I prefer curly leaf parsley, you could use Italian fat leaf, black pepper, either freshly ground or coarse, and then cream. I tend to use double, but you can use single. And just salt. Sea salt best. If you've got something like Malden, even better, or Himalayan, just don't overdo the salt. So just finely chopping up curly leaf parsley. You need about a couple of tablespoons of this, and I'm cooking enough for about 3 to 4 adults, depending on appetite. So that's about 2 tablespoons of curly leaf parsley chopped. And then the last ingredient for the sauce is a good large glass of white wine. So if you look at most recipes for beef stroganoff, it says use sirloin steak, which is expensive. Well, I found from experience you don't need to buy that sort of price. Because it's cut into strips, I tend to use rump. So this is rump steak, and there's about 500 grams here. That's going to feed about 3 to 4. Cutting the steak into thin strips. Let's get the full side the other way. And I'm doing the knife at an angle to increase the surface area. It's not essential, but whenever I'm cutting and cooking strips, and particularly red meats like pork or steak, I find the thinner and the larger the surface area, the better. Seasoning the meat. Okay, and you can use freshly ground black pepper. I just find these coarse ground are great, makes them easy, and you get a good peppery kick. In the frying pan, we've got a good decent sized knob of butter, and I've put some sunflower oil, vegetable oil in there, and just to help the butter not burn, about a tablespoon and a half of oil and a good decent sized knob of butter. I've got it on a high heat because I want to sear this steak. You can already see as soon as it hits the oil and the butter it starts to colour. So the steak is just about cooked now. It's lovely and browned. It takes about 5 to 10 minutes depending on what's in the pan. Now we start to add the veg. So onions, or if you've got celery as well, they go in next. We need to sweat a little bit and just go translucent. We don't want them to particularly colour. And because the celery is so finely diced, you barely notice it, but as I said, it just saves extra nutrition, extra veg, increases your fibre a day, and it doesn't really impact the traditionalness of this recipe.
So the onions have softened down, but they're not really discoloured. Now I'm adding the garlic and the mushrooms.
The garlic and the mushrooms have just been stirred just for 2-3 minutes. As you can see, they've reduced just a little bit, but the harshness has come off the garlic now because it's been sweated a bit and it's been mixed in. So now we add the wine. And I'm just adding about half a glass of water as well, just to make sure there's enough fluid to cover what's there. So I'm pressing it down into the liquid, and the rice is cooking. This needs to simmer gently so that the wine reduces a bit to about half. That'll take about 20 minutes. It's simmering now for about 15 minutes with a lid on, and I'm cooking it reasonably high because there's enough fluid, and I'm just evaporate some of this liquid down before I add the cream and the herbs. So this is in the last 5 minutes. Adding the cream, about 100 ml or so. The advantage of double is it gives the sauce a little bit more thickness, but single works just as well. Just before we serve, dinner is cooked. Pouring and stirring the parsley, and if you want it really posh, if you're entertaining, keep a little pinch of parsley behind to put on as you plate up. Here we have plain boiled rice, beef stroganoff version 1. There is another version which I'll show you, which also includes paprika. This is the non-paprika version, and some green beans. These would go well with this. Even some finely sliced carrots and beans. Meals with salmon, beef stroganoff, boiled rice and green beans.
Would you try this out? Comment while you're in below. Please like, subscribe or follow for more smashing foods and recipes.
Now, Jem, welcome to another Smashing Hangout. I'm Toadie. Today
we're taking you on a gastronomic journey to India in the charming town of Leamington, where culinary delights meet an ambient atmosphere.
Nestled in the charming town of Royal Leamington Spa, in the heart of England, lies a culinary gem that has been delighting food lovers for years, the Millennium Balti. This fully licensed Indian restaurant and takeaway is located at 41 Bath Street, Leamington Spa CV313EG, a bustling street known for its vibrant mix of shops and eateries. A glimpse of Leamington Spa. Before we dive into the delectable offerings of Millennium Balti, let's take a moment to appreciate the town it calls home. Royal Leamington Spa, commonly known as Leamington Spa or simply Leamington, is a spa town and civil parish in Warwickshire, England. It's a town that beautifully blends the charm of Regency architecture with a modern, cosmopolitan vibe. In 2023, the Sunday Times named Leamington as the best place to live in the Midlands. Catch a glimpse of Leamington in this video in the description below. Though stepping into Millennium Balti, you're immediately enveloped by the warm, inviting ambience. The restaurant is known for its friendly atmosphere and excellent customer service. The staff are knowledgeable about the cuisine and are always ready to offer great advice to those still getting to know Indian flavors. The cuisine at Millennium Balti is a celebration of Indian flavors. The menu is a delightful mix of traditional Indian dishes, each prepared with a unique twist. From the sizzling hot fish tikka starter to the rich and creamy chicken lababdar, every dish is a testament to the rich culinary heritage of India. A celebrity favorite, Indian cuisine has found fans all over the world, and Millennium Balti is no exception. Indian cuisine is loved by many celebrities. Hollywood stars like Will Smith and Lady Gaga have expressed their love for Indian dishes like chicken tikka masala and spicy curries. Madonna is known to enjoy idli, a South Indian delicacy. Even tech mogul Bill Gates has confessed his love for lamb curries and chicken dishesso. Whether you're a local resident, a visitor exploring the town, or a celebrity in disguise, Millennium Balti is ready to serve you a piece of India on a plate. Come for the food, stay for the experience, and leave with memories of a delightful Indian meal in the heart of Leamington Spa. Spoiled for choice, we tried the ginger mustard coconut pilo rice, Peshwari non-Bengali fish fry, warm towels, mint chocolates.
Thank you for joining us on this culinary adventure. If you enjoyed this video and want more foodie fun like this, Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to our channel. Share with other food lovers and hit the notification bell to know when we have new uploads. Before you go hear from
Imani, and I've been here at Millennium Balti in Leamington Spa for about 10 years now. So it's a family-run business. We've got a lot of regular customers, local customers, and also so it's a good mix of people that we get. And the food that we do is Asian, meaning Indian for Bangladeshi food, but a special section, just actual homemade food that we do this section as well. So we've got a whole variety of things, and you know, it's good fun. So come and join us, try us. People can book. If you type in Millennium Balti Leamington, we've got online website, phone number, you can book via phone.
Until next time, bon appétit.
So here we have Meals with Simon. Meal I prepared is enough to feed easily 4 to 6, depending on appetite. I have stir-fried pork shoulder strips, flavoured with Chinese 5-spice, garlic granules and corn flour. Stir-fried with onion, carrot batons or julienne carrots, red peppers, some red chilli peppers medium, and a little bit of finger chilli hotter ones. And then finished off with some browned cashew nuts. And then here we have some just very simple light flavoured vegetable chow mein with noodles, bean sprouts, onion, celery, chestnut mushrooms and spring onion. So today we're having vegetable chow mein, so we're using medium egg noodles. The vegetables we're using are bean sprouts, spring onion, celery, chestnut mushrooms, some of the onion and some garlic. And we're going to use some chicken bouillon and we're going to use some light soy. So with that we're going to serve a Chinese 5-spice and corn flour coated diced up pork shoulder steaks, and that's going to be cooked with a little bit of chopped tomato, some red peppers, some finely done carrot batons and red and green chilies, medium red and standard green finger chilies, and in that there's going to be a little bit of cashew nuts, and that's going to be done as the meat dish. And there'll be some garlic granules, Chinese 5-spice and a little bit of coarse black pepper and some of the onion. Halve the pork shoulder steaks. So I'm finally slicing the pork loin into strips at an angle to increase the surface area, to take the flavour and to help speed the cooking up. So we have the coating for the pork shoulder strips. This has got 2 teaspoons of coarse ground black pepper, about 1.5 teaspoons to 2 teaspoons of garlic granules, and 2 to 2.5 teaspoons of Chinese 5-spice, and that's blended with 2 teaspoons of the corn flour, and it's thoroughly blended before we sprinkle it onto the pork. Okay. So we're going to sprinkle it onto the pork, stir it in with the fork, turn it and then coat the other side. So the carrots have been peeled and then cut into roughly 2.5–3 inch chunks. Then going to cut them into strips and then cut them again to make them into carrot batons, and that's to go with the pork. So cut one strip off the back of the carrot, then it will sit on your chopping board, and then cut it into thin strips using a very sharp knife. Keep your fingers out of the way. I'm not the expert chef, so I'm not doing it at the speed of light. And then we go the other way to get your batons. So we're now doing the peppers into batons as well. Top and tail of the pepper, slice out the core, and then we're going to do those into batons too. So halve your onion, cut it into wedges, and cut it the other way. So 2 red chilies. I like my food quite spicy, so I'm including the seeds, and I'm adding some 3 finger chilies to increase the heat. If you don't like your food too spicy, just stick with the 2 medium chilies, and if you want it even milder, remove your seeds. So this is the finger chili, just cut. So we're cutting the garlic into very thin slivers.
Length face. This is when you need really sharp knives.
So nice ripe tomatoes ripened on the windowsill. just coarsely chopping them. So this is the meat and veg crête for the pork dish. Pork rubbed with the seasoning, chopped up tomatoes, the spice, garlic, chilli, red and green, onions, red peppers, and almost julienne stroke baton carrots. So now prepping the veg for the chow mein. Got my 2 celery sticks cut at an angle. Increases the surface area for the stir fry and gives you a more uniform size. Split your spring onion in half, particularly big ones. And then chop them into inch strips, again, side angle perhaps, then cook more evenly. Smallish onion, just finely sliced. Stalks off the chestnut mushrooms. We want reasonably large pieces here. The vegetables prepped for the chow mein. You've got onions, spring onions, mushrooms, some celery in there, bean sprouts. If you're doing a vegetarian and no meat dish, then I'd probably add to this sliced carrots, probably some sliced cabbage or some pieces of broccoli to get a more balanced mix, and you could even put some nuts in to that if you wish, if you're not having meat. Pre-cooking the cashews. Cashews are browned. And we set those aside to put into the dish at the end, and the oils from the cashews will have flavoured the oil for the stir fry, and it's really hot, the oil. Now we stir fry the meat. The noodles are pre-soaking in boiling water. So the noodles are in boiling water, soaking for a good 5 minutes or so. Just breaking the meat up. Pork starting to brown. Just keeping it stir fried so that all the sides are coated and brown. Pork is ready. It's been thoroughly browned on all sides, so now it's going to be removed, put aside while we do the veg. So stir frying the veg for the meat dish. Onions first. Add peppers. At the same time, we're now going to do the veg. Carrot, the onions and celery for the chow mein. Start to see some colour on the onions. Peppers and the onions stir fried. Add the flavour, the garlic and the chillies. Add the julienne carrot batons. Mushrooms going into the chow mein veg. Again, the onions and the celery are softening. Add the bean sprouts. Adding the tomatoes, the pork dish. So adding some light oil to the chow mein.
Adding the spring onions to the chow mein. Do those very near the end because you don't want to lose their colour. Noodles have been pre-softened and cooked, so they are going into the chow mein. These are medium egg noodles, very easy to get in the supermarkets. Adding the pork back in. Returning the cashew nuts.
Stir-fried pork shoulder strips flavoured with Chinese 5-spice, garlic granules and corn flour. Stir-fried with onion, carrot batons or julienne carrots, red peppers, some red chili peppers medium, and a little bit of finger chili hotter ones, and then finished off with some browned cashew nuts. And then here we have some just very simple light flavoured vegetable chow mein with noodles, bean sprouts, onion, celery, chestnut mushrooms and spring onion.
Would you try this out? Comment while you're in below. Please like, subscribe or follow for more smashing foods and recipes. Thanks for watching.
Did you know Cristiano Ronaldo's diet for a sculpted physique? 20 fun facts about Portugal and 20 things to do in Portugal? Wait for it!
Now Jem, welcome to another smashing hangout. I'm Toadie. Today we are exploring the taste of Portugal at Pastelaria Portuguesa.
Nestled in Warwick, Pastelaria Portuguesa exudes a blend of tradition and modernity, mirroring Portugal's rich culinary heritage. This charming establishment is a beacon of Portuguese gastronomy in the heart of Warwick. Stepping into Pastelaria Portuguesa is like entering a portal to Portugal itself. The ambience is rustic with warm hues, reminiscent of Lisbon's sun-kissed streets, while traditional Portuguese music fills the air, transporting patrons to the bustling cafes of Porto. From the iconic pastel de nata to sumptuous almond tarts and citrus-infused sponge cakes, the pastry counter beckons with irresistible treats sure to satisfy any sweet tooth. Whether you're craving a leisurely brunch, a cozy dinner, or simply a cup of robust Portuguese coffee paired with a freshly baked pastry, Pastelaria Portuguesa offers a taste of Portugal right in the heart of Warwick. The lamb shank, perna de borrego assados em vinho tinto, was ample and delicious. Baked cod Portuguese-style onions and potatoes, green salad, bacalhau assado no forno com batatas asadas, just with orange sauce, spinach, and sweet potatoes. Delicious. We had some yummy lemon cheesecake. Bolo de limão, almond tart with vanilla, almond tart raspberry sorbet. We finished it up with some homemade chocolate that were complimentary and some red wine.
Meet Nicole, part of the team.
The food they give us, complimentary.
It was smoked salmon and cream cheese pie on a puff soup pastry.
That was delicious.
Oh, good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Good, yes, I'm enjoying it very much. Got here about 6 months, and I'm usually a chef in the kitchen on Sundays, doing breakfast, chef. But once a month I do donate things as well.
So where should people come here?
For a Portuguese experience, for the food, for the wine, and the music. I'm not Portuguese, but the head chef, she is Portuguese, and she makes a lot of the cakes during the day. She speaks Portuguese as well, so if you're Portuguese, you can speak to her as well.
Can you recommend a smashing hangout? Comment below. We'd love to learn from you.
Now let's explore the vibrant culture of Portugal, a whimsical journey through history and adventure nestled on the western edge of Europe, on the Iberian Peninsula. Portugal boasts a stunning coastline that kisses the Atlantic Ocean. Its picturesque landscapes are adorned with quaint villages, historic cities, and lush vineyards, making it a paradise for travelers seeking both relaxation and exploration. Influenced by diverse civilizations, its name, derived from the Roman name Portus Cale, signifies port of Cale. Cale, likely of Celtic origins, is linked to the mother goddess who shaped mountains and valleys, hiding in stones and trees. Over millennia, Portugal absorbed prehistoric cultures, engaged with Phoenicians, Romans, Germanic tribes, and even witnessed Moorish invasions during the Reconquista. In 1139, it emerged as an independent kingdom from the Kingdom of Leon. Wildlife. Portugal is home to a diverse array of wildlife, from the majestic Iberian lynx to the elusive Iberian wolf. Birdwatchers will delight in spotting rare species, such as the Iberian imperial eagle and the European bee-eater, while marine enthusiasts can observe dolphins, whales, and sea turtles off the coast. Politics and government. Portugal is a democratic republic with a parliamentary system of government. The president serves as the head of state, while the prime minister is the head of government. The country is divided into 18 districts, each with its own local government. Portugal offers enchanting moments and activities for everyone, from savouring pastéis de nata custard tarts to listening to fado music. Here are 20 things to do in Portugal.
If you are learning something new, please give this video a thumbs up. Be kind. Share this knowledge with a friend or 10. They will thank you for it.
Back to 20 things to do in Portugal.
1. Experience some city walks in the capital city. Take a stroll through the historic streets of Lisbon's Alfama district, where Moorish influences blend seamlessly with Portuguese charm. Wander through the cobbled streets of Porto's Ribeira district, lined with colourful houses and lively cafes. Lose yourself in Sintra's mystical forests, or the enchanting beauty of Sintra's palaces and gardens. Delve into the fascinating world of science and mathematics at Lisbon's Pavilion of Knowledge, where interactive exhibits and hands-on experiments bring concepts to life. 2. Shop. Wander through Lisbon's historic markets or explore Porto's trendy boutiques. Embrace the vibrant local markets, where the aroma of freshly baked pastries mingles with the scent of exotic spices. From traditional ceramics and intricate lace to sumptuous wines and irresistible cheeses, Portugal's markets offer a treasure trove of delights for every shopper. Discover hidden gems and local favourites with a visit to Lisbon's LX Factory, a vibrant creative hub housed in a former industrial complex. 3. Savour the Tosca culture and the flavours of Portuguese cuisine, from succulent grilled sardines to creamy pastéis de nata in cosy taverns with hearty meals and lively conversations.
Knowledge is power. Empower someone. Now, Gem, share this video.
4. Wander through the ancient alleys of Porto's Ribeira district, a UNESCO World Heritage Site. 5. Embark on a wine tasting tour in the Douro Valley, home to some of the world's finest port wines. 6. Unwind on the golden sands of the Algarve's pristine beaches, framed by towering cliffs. 7. Marvel at the intricate azulejo ceramic tiles adorning the walls of Porto's São Bento station. 8. Hike along the rugged coastline of the Costa Vicentina, dotted with secluded coves and dramatic cliffs. 9. Dive into the rich maritime history of Portugal at the Maritime Museum in Lisbon. Marvel at Coimbra's ancient university library. Explore the wonders of nature at the Natural History Museum in Porto, or marvel at the masterpieces of Portuguese art at the National Museum of Ancient Art in Lisbon. 10. Climb to the top of the iconic Belém Tower for panoramic views of the Tagus River. 11. Visit the historic town of Evora, home to a Roman temple and a Gothic cathedral. 12. Indulge in a traditional fado performance, serenading the soul with melancholic melodies. 13. Take a boat trip to the mystical caves of the Algarve's Benojal Sea Cave. Explore the rugged coastline of the Algarve. 14. Explore the ancient ruins of Coimbriga, one of Portugal's largest Roman settlements. 15. Soak in the thermal waters of Caldas de Rainhas hot springs, renowned for their healing properties. 16. Sample fresh seafood delights at the bustling Mercado da Ribeira in Lisbon. 17. Discover the hidden gems of Madeira's lush landscapes, from cascading waterfalls to colourful flower gardens. 18. Step back in time at the medieval castle of Abidos, surrounded by towering walls and cobblestone streets. 19. Embark on a culinary adventure in Porto's Mercado do Bolhão, brimming with local delicacies and renowned restaurants such as Belconto in Lisbon, where Michelin-starred chef José Ovilas serves up innovative Portuguese cuisine. Sip on a glass of fine port wine at the historic Graham's Port Lodge in Porto, or enjoy a traditional pastel de nata at the iconic Pastéis de Belém bakery in Lisbon. For a cozy cafe experience, head to a bracelera in Porto, where you can enjoy a cup of coffee surrounded by vintage charm. 20. Hotels and weekend getaways. Treat yourself to a luxurious stay at the Tivoli Palacio de Sitius in Sintra, a historic palace hotel surrounded by lush gardens and sweeping views of the Sintra Mountains. For a romantic retreat, escape to the Alentejo countryside and unwind at the São Lourenço do Barracal, a charming boutique hotel nestled amidst vineyards and olive groves. Relax in the tranquil surroundings of the Azores, a remote archipelago blessed with natural beauty and charm, and spot rare birds in the Azores. Explore the historic town of Guimarães, known as the birthplace of Portugal, or venture off the beaten path to the picturesque village of Mansoras, perched high atop a hill overlooking the Alentejo Plains.
Which tourist attraction or attractions would you recommend? Please share that in the comment below.
Here are 20 fun facts about Portugal. Did you know? 1. Portugal is home to the oldest bookstore in the world, Livraria Bertrand, founded in 1732 and holds the world record for the largest bookshop, Livraria Lello in Porto, a bibliophile's dream too. The Vasco da Gama Bridge in Lisbon is the longest bridge in Europe, spanning over 10 miles. 3. Sports. Portugal is the birthplace of legendary soccer player Cristiano Ronaldo, who has won numerous awards and accolades throughout his career. Football soccer holds a special place in the hearts of Portuguese people, with the national team achieving international success in recent years. Other popular sports include futsal, athletics and surfing, thanks to the country's extensive coastline and world-class waves. 4. The University of Coimbra is one of the oldest universities in the world, dating back to 1295. Portuguese is the official language of 9 countries, including Brazil, Mozambique, and Angola. 6. Portugal is famous for its beautiful azulejo's, decorative ceramic tiles that adorn buildings throughout the country. 7. Portugal is famous for its delicious cuisine. Pastries like pastéis de nata, pastéis de bacalhau, and bolas de belém, fresh seafood, flavorful wines, and custard tarts are national delicacies. 8. Portugal is home to some of Europe's most stunning beaches, including Praia da Marinha, Praia da Roca, and Praia do Camelo. The Algarve is home to Europe's largest artificial reef, the Ocean Revival Underwater Park. The Algarve region, famous for its stunning coastline, with rugged cliffs, hidden coves, golden sands, and crystal clear waters, boasts over 300 days of sunshine per year, making it a popular destination for sunseekers. 9. The Azores archipelago is home to the world's deepest underwater volcano, the Princess Alice Bank. It is a paradise for nature lovers, with over 20 different species of whales and dolphins frequenting its waters, lush forests, volcanic craters, and pristine beaches. The Azores archipelago is a hotspot for whale watching, boasts opportunities for hiking and diving. 10. Portugal is the birthplace of explorer Ferdinand Magellan, who was the first to circumnavigate the globe. 11. The Douro Valley is the world's oldest demarcated wine region, dating back to 1756, producing wine for over 2,000 years.
Sharing is caring. Care for others. Share this with someone or on your timeline. Let them learn from you.
12. Lisbon's iconic tram 28 is one of the city's oldest and most charming forms of public transport. 13. Portugal is famous for its traditional fado music, which originated in the early 19th century, and is known for its soulful melodies and heartfelt lyrics. 14. The Alentejo region is known for its vast cork oak forests, rolling hills, vineyards, and olive groves, beautiful landscapes, which provide habitat for a variety of wildlife. It's also known for hearty stews, fresh seafood, and flavorful wines, including dishes like acorda, migas, and ensopado de borrego. 15. The town of Abidos hosts a chocolate festival every year, where visitors can indulge in sweet treats and chocolate sculptures. 16. World poet Fernando Pessoa's spirit lingers in Lisbon's cafes, inspiring poets and dreamers. 17. Portugal is one of the world's leading producers of renewable energy, with over 50% of its electricity coming from renewable sources. 18. Portugal is the world's largest producer of cork, accounting for over half of the world's cork supply. 19. Portugal has one of the oldest borders in Europe, dating back to 1139-20. The town of Évora is home to the Chapel of Bones, a macabre chapel decorated with human bones. Whether you're seeking adventure or relaxation, Portugal offers a wealth of experiences to suit every taste and budget. From thrill seekers to culture enthusiasts, from surfing the azure waters of the Algarve to a leisurely cruise along the Douro River, soaking in the breathtaking views of terraced vineyards and medieval castles, you can experience science, history, mathematics, and nature.
Experience the taste of Portugal abroad. You can find Pastelaria Portuguesa on 57 Cotton End, Warwick, CB34 4NU. Follow them on Instagram and Facebook at Pastelaria Warwick, and check out my playlists in the description for more smashing hangouts. Your thoughts are valuable. Share them in the comment section below. If you found this video insightful, please give us a thumbs up. And don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Click the notification bell for new uploads. Now, Gem, this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's a wealth of knowledge out there waiting for you. Discover people, careers, and culture in Smashing Connections playlist on my other channel at Study Gold.
Did you know Cristiano Ronaldo's diet and workouts for a sculpted physique? The football legend has a special taste for bacalhau e bras, a classic Portuguese dish prepared with shredded salty cod or bacalhau, onions, and finely diced fried potatoes and layered in a mound of scrambled eggs. His favorite food centers around lean proteins such as fish, especially tuna, sea bass, swordfish, and sea bream, chicken complemented by whole grains, fruits, and vegetables. Cristiano Ronaldo avoids sugary and processed foods while consuming ample amounts of water to stay hydrated. Additionally, Ronaldo incorporates healthy fats into his meals, like avocados and nuts. Source pinkvilla.com. Would you try it? You can check the description for my Smashing Foods playlist. Today, we have talked about Pastelaria Portuguesa Cristiano Ronaldo, 20 things to do in Portugal, 20 fun facts about Portugal.
Until next time, keep exploring. Thanks for watching.
Nestled in Warwick, Pastelaria Portuguesa exudes a blend of tradition and modernity, mirroring Portugal's rich culinary heritage. This charming establishment is a beacon of Portuguese gastronomy in the heart of Warwick. Stepping into Pastelaria Portuguesa is like entering a portal to Portugal itself. The ambience is rustic with warm hues, reminiscent of Lisbon's sun-kissed streets, while traditional Portuguese music fills the air, transporting patrons to the bustling cafes of Porta. From the iconic pastel de nata to sumptuous almond tarts and citrus-infused sponge cakes, the pastry counter beckons with irresistible treats sure to satisfy any sweet tooth. Whether you're craving a leisurely brunch, a cozy dinner, or simply a cup of robust Portuguese coffee paired with a freshly baked pastry, Pastelaria Portuguesa offers a taste of Portugal right in the heart of Warwick. The lamb shank, perna de borrego assados em vinho tinto, was ample and delicious. Baked cod Portuguese-style onions and potatoes, green salad, bacalhau assado no forno com batatas asadas, just with orange sauce, spinach, and sweet potatoes. Delicious. We had some yummy lemon cheesecake. Bolo de limão, almond tart with vanilla, almond tart raspberry sorbet. We finished it up with some homemade chocolate that were complimentary and some red wine.
Meet Nicole, part of the team.
The food they give us, complimentary.
It was smoked salmon and cream cheese pie on a puff soup pastry.
That was delicious.
Oh, good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Good, yes, I'm enjoying very much. Got here about 6 months, and I'm usually a chef in the kitchen on Sundays, doing breakfast. Chef, but once a month I do dinner evenings as well.
So where should people come here?
For a Portuguese experience, for the food, for the wine, and the music. I'm not Portuguese, but the head chef, she is Portuguese, and she makes a lot of the cakes during the day. She speaks Portuguese as well, so if you're Portuguese, you can speak to her as well.
Can you recommend a smashing hangout? Comment below. We'd love to learn from you.
So it's Meals with Simon, spicy Jamaican pork curry, served with lemon rice and garnished with fresh coriander. Yummy.
If you haven't already, may I ask that you like, share, comment on this channel and click the notification bell to know when new content's coming. Let's dig in.
1 large white onion chopped, 4 pork loins chopped, 2 celery sticks, 2 carrots, 1 small red, 1 small green, 5 green finger chilies, 1 medium red chili, all finely chopped up, 5 garlic cloves, finely chopped and crushed, and a tin of normal chopped tomatoes, not Italian tomatoes. So sweating down the onions, peppers, chilies, carrots, celery and garlic. So chopping up the 4 loin steaks into strips, ready, and putting into the sauce when that's really been simmered for a good half an hour, the sauce. And then another half hour. And this is the Jamaican exotic curry powder and some cumin powder. About 4 teaspoons of the Jamaican and about 1.5 to 2 of the cumin. So just simple chopped tomatoes. 40 minutes, all the fat from the meat will come off and enrich the sauce, and the meat will cook and the sauce will be yummy. So just adding more water. doesn't stick. Bring it to the boil. Simmer for about 30 minutes with the pork in, stirring regularly. And I put some black pepper in as well, just to give it a bit of extra yumminess. There's about 5 big cloves of garlic in there.
Biggish pieces.
Yeah, not finely slicing them, because I want them to have some visible texture. They're not going to be cooked right down. They want to be visible. And they're lovely, nice small butter mushrooms, so they're lovely and fresh, as opposed to chopped. Finely sliced, if I'm doing like a casserole, but it just disappears. Small leek, celery stick, 2 carrots, small red pepper, small green pepper, I think 4 or 5 green finger chilies, and they're quite big ones as well. And I will finish it off with some coriander. This is leaf plucked, which is going to go on the garnish, but the bulk is going to be chopped up and put in the sauce. But there'll be a plucking of coriander as a garnish. Unfortunately, the chopping board's warped a bit with age.
Measure about half a cup of rice for each adult and pour in a pot.
Adding the zest of 1 lemon or shavings. It doesn't matter if the pieces are reasonably sized, because they're going to flavour the rice and they'll go soft. And the lemon itself will be left as wedges to squeeze over the curry in serving.
Let the curry simmer for 20 minutes, stirring occasionally.
So we have the zest of a lemon and a good 2 to 3 tablespoons of chopped fresh coriander. So adding the lemon shavings to the rice to simmer it with, and there's a tiny bit of coriander in there. Thickening the sauce, drying out the rice. So adding the chopped mushrooms for about the last 10 minutes or so. Curry's cooked for a good 30-40 minutes already, and just boiling down for the last 10 minutes or so. So now just adding the finely chopped up coriander after the mushrooms for the last 10 minutes.
Cut some lemons to garnish the rice with. All done, and it's time to dish up. Serve the rice with a squeeze of lemon on the side and garnish with coriander.
So I'm serving this curry with a nice fruity red wine with some rich fruit flavours to complement the strength of the flavours in the meat and the curry. So it's Meals with Simon, spicy Jamaican pork curry, served with lemon rice and garnished with fresh coriander. Yummy.
As the aroma of our culinary journey lingers in the air, we invite you to click the notification bell to know when we upload new content to our fellow food enthusiasts. Share your thoughts, suggestions, and recipes in the comments below. Don't forget to give us a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel for more delicious adventures. Until next time, happy cooking.
So here we have Italian style salmon, tomato and cream cheese pasta with leeks and fresh flat leaf parsley and a bit of garlic. Yummy, yummy, yummy. So today we're doing a lovely traditional simple Spanish spaghetti dish that's going to be flavoured with a soft cheese. I'm using Boursin, you could use Roulade, you could possibly use Philadelphia, anything like that. And it's basically going to be cook most of it in one roasting pan, and then just do the spaghetti and stir it in afterwards. So we've got some cheap salmon cuts, don't need to buy posh steaks because it's going to be flaked up. There's going to be plenty here to feed 2 to 3 adults and have left over. We've got main ingredients, the salmon, young leek, 4 tomatoes, or you can use plum or cherry tomatoes. You've got the soft cheese, Boursin or roulade or Philly or whatever. And then we've got coarse ground black pepper, some garlic granules or fresh garlic if you want, ground pepper, salt. We've got a lemon, Italian flat leaf parsley, and olive oil. So this is a classic Italian dish, but you could modify similar sorts of things, but instead of using flat leaf parsley, you could use coriander, you could use sliced chili, medium chilies, maybe red chili, or some chili flakes. You could use coconut milk or coconut cream to just tweak it up, go more Thai style or Oriental style. Today we're doing more Italian style. And if you're doing the Oriental style, rather than doing spaghetti, you could use maybe egg noodles or flat noodles to do the Oriental themed version. So we're finally chopping up the leek. I want it really quite fine because it's going to be stirred in. As well as using leek, you don't have to use leek, you could use spinach instead. It's just, I've got leek in, so I'm basically adjusting the recipe to what's in my store cupboard. You could do it with spinach leaves instead of leek, but leek gives a nice sweet flavour and it's yummy. So we want it small, and I'm using a very sharp knife. Very hard to do recipes with blunt knives. You can't get the sort of fine chop pan that an oval or a rectangular word is. So we've got just a bit of olive oil on the bottom to help grease the pan, leeks at one end. We're going to be putting the fish at the other end. So I'm just coarsely chopping up the tomatoes. If you were using cherry or little plums, just probably half them to just help them soften when they're roasted. And I'm going to be putting these on top of the leeks. These have been ripened on the windowsill, so they're nice and warm and room temperature. Don't use tomatoes straight from the fridge, not a good idea. They lose their flavour. Much better to have them at room temperature for at least 6 hours to a day, unless you're in a very hot climate. Be contributing to the nice tomatoey pasta sauce. And the advantage of this dish is it's just all in one pan. So they just go onto the leeks and just try and get them reasonably flat. Not essential this, but it will just add a little bit of flavour. Again, you could use some chopped or crushed up garlic here instead, but I'm just using this for ease because it's in my store cupboard. And garlic granules are a brilliant store cupboard ingredient, used in so much of what you can cook in, whether it's barbecue pastes or Chinese or Italian or Spanish. A little bit of ground black pepper, a little bit of salt, not lots. Now it's up to you whether you leave the skin on or take the skin off. I usually cook fish with the skin on. It has extra nutrients. Obviously make sure it's descaled. And I'm just going to put a little bit of seasoning on the fish. Just a little bit of salt. And a little bit of fresh ground pepper. And then you lay the fish into the other half of the pan, and I'm trying to keep the fat bits even on both sides. So, reminder, tip for lemons: to get the juice out easily, give it a good roll to soften it. Makes it harder to cut, but with a sharp knife it should go through. If not, do a little spike first. But we're going to basically see all the juice coming straight out, and I'm going to just put some lemon slices onto the fish pieces. So just put a nice bit of the juice on. So here we have our ring cheese. You can do it simply with just some mascarpone and herbs and garlic, but this is a really cheap way of doing it. So we have enough here parsley to produce a good couple of large tablespoons once it's chopped up, and we'll see where that goes later. Just a little bit of olive oil on top. So fan oven about 180. Get your oven hot. So the delight of this dish is it cooks in one dish, and roughly in the same time that this will roast, you'll be cooking your spaghetti. So got my spaghetti ready to do. Good fist or ring of spaghetti, and this is the twist technique to spread the spaghetti out. Twist hands in opposite directions. Oh, let me try that one again. That was a total fail. So twist and release. There you go. So that's ready to cook. Got some salt in the pan ready. Oh, let's just get some light on, and then we'll just boil up a full kettle, and in about the same 10 to 12 minutes that will cook. Roughly the same for the other dish, probably a little bit longer for the fish dish to cook, and then we'll put the two together. So just put a little bit of the parsley on before baking. Basically it'll go on after it's baked so it doesn't burn. So we're going to give that about 5-10 minutes, check it's cooking well before we cook the pasta. After 10 minutes,
boiling hot water into the pasta dish. And the pasta is ready to boil.
making sure I'm moving the pasta so it doesn't stick until it's really on the boil. It's very frustrating when you've got pasta stuck together. Having this creamy pasta dish, fish pasta dish with a nice chilled white wine. This is Portuguese. So we're going to drain that, but leave just a little bit of the water left to help add to the sauce in the pan. So, fish is cooked, nice and flaky. So I'm just going to flake up the fish. Let's get the lemon out of the way first. So I'm going to break up the fish, then I'm going to mash up the tomatoes with a potato masher, and then we blend the whole lot together and stir in the spaghetti. Look at that, see how it's evenly light throughout, no dark pink, so it's fully cooked, lovely moist. Herbs are still quite green, so they haven't overcooked. I'm going to blend in the cheese, get all that mixed in, try and keep the tomatoes out for now. And there'll be lots of nice nutrients in the tomatoes, vitamin C, antioxidants, omega and good oils in the salmon, and particularly because we've got the skin in there as well, there's extra nutrients in the skin. See how that's basically going to make the yummy creamy sauce, similar to if you were using a bought mascarpone sauce, but this will be on a whole new level. And the advantage of leeks is they're quite a sweet flavour, light, and again leeks are good for the immunity, part of the onion family, always good to have leeks. So there's a very healthy meal here. You know, there's cream in the cheese and saturated fat. The olive oil helps your blood absorb that. So now get the potato masher and just Now, make those tomatoes really mushed up. Try not to really mush all the fish because we want some decent flakes in there as well. But this side, I'm really mushing up. And I'm going to squeeze the juice out of the lemons before I pull out the pith. Just finally making sure all the fish sauce is evenly blended. And because the pan was pre-oiled, the fish doesn't stick too badly, which is great. And obviously the advantage of this sort of pan is you can serve it straight onto the table. Now adding the pasta. There's a bit of water in here. Not a lot. Don't want the pasta too wet. And then using tongs. Really useful kitchen appliance for pasta. Tongs are the way to go. If you haven't got any and you like pasta, get some. And the last stage, just adding fresh parsley. Stir most of it in. And then finish off. You can always keep a little sprinkle just to put on the end. And you can put on a shaving or grating of Parmesan on top, or another similar Italian style charred cheese, but it's not essential. Now, does that not look appetizing and a gorgeous way to have salmon with a cheaper cut and spaghetti? And to serve, just perhaps finish with this is optional of course, but if you like a bit of heat in your pasta, a little sprinkling of ground black pepper. I really like ground black pepper with spaghetti and linguine. And let's plate up. This one's for you.
No.
Now this portion easily feeds 4, particularly if you've got side salad, but it is pretty balanced. It doesn't have to have side salad. Just get some of the fish bits from the outside. And just a little, if you can be bothered,
a squeeze of lemon.
Drizzle of lemon on top, or if you're entertaining, a lemon wedge on each plate. Fresh, filling, yummy. So this is a very basic starting place. You can adjust this recipe depending on what's on your store cupboard. You can put some lovely fresh spinach leaves in and bake it in the spinach and stir that into the sauce, or you can finish off with some cooked peas and just stir those in at the end. Or if you want to go Asian, instead of using spaghetti, you would use egg noodles, you would use chili flakes, put a drizzle of soy maybe in at the last minute, light soy, so you don't want too much colour. And you could even put some sliced fresh chilies in, and you could even stir in a little bit of coconut cream and water to thickness, or you could use coconut milk and have it more soupy as a Thai style soup. Don't have to use leeks, but if you've got some nice light coloured leeks, they particularly go well. Sweet and nutritious. And for the traditional purists, you'd probably want to garnish it with grated parmesan, or stir some grated fresh parmesan into the sauce, and maybe even serve it with some arty parmesan shavings if you're wanting to impress the love of your life. And of course you got lemon wedge on the side to just add a bit if you want a bit more lemon hit. And to serve with this, I'd probably serve it with a nice chilled bottle of white wine, preferably with a citrus fruit hint or another light fruit hint. And if you may be doing the Asian version with the chili, maybe you'd go for a chilled rosé, just to give it a tiny bit more body. Lovely dish to serve in the summer months, and you know, with that wedge of lemon on the side. Bon appetit. Today we have meals with Simon with homemade potato wedges, seasoned with salt, ground black pepper and some roasted crushed garlic. Lovely mixed salad with Italian bistro, radishes, spring onion and garnished with flat leaf parsley. And then we've got marinated barbecue, hot spicy chicken legs with a lovely homemade marinade with ketchup, paprika, smoked paprika, hot paprika, tiny bit of hot chili sauce, cumin, salt, ground black pepper again, and then that's with a little bit of sliced tomato garnished with flat leaf parsley. Enjoy. Bon appetit.
So let's get cooking with Simon. First you measure out the ingredients.
1.5 tablespoons. Normal paprika.
1 teaspoonful of paprika.
Slightly less. Spiced hot paprika. About half a teaspoon. Smoked paprika. About a 1/4 teaspoon. Ground black pepper, about a spoon a bit. Now we just look at the salt. About half a teaspoon. About 2.5. It's about 2 tablespoons. Yeah, it's about 2 tablespoons.
Add 3/4 of a lemon in. You can roll the lemon to make it soft and easy to squeeze. Add some ketchup. The lemon will make it soft.
Yeah, and there's vinegar in this ketchup as well, so the lemon and any vinegar or citrus helps break down the muscle fibres in meat, so it starts to tenderise it, and also helps the spices get into the flesh.
Stir it all in together.
I'm just going to add one more liquid before I stir in this nice ketchup. Now you can stir in mustard if you've got it, but I haven't. That's about a teaspoon of olive oil. So this is like a marinade paste. Yeah. I'm going to get the chicken.
And we'll be using 3 legs of chicken.
Okay.
So where are you slicing it?
I'm scoring the flesh to help the marinade get into it. And as it cooks, it will open up a bit.
Spread the marinade evenly over the chicken.
Add some hot pepper sauce.
This stuff's hot. Chili paste, but that's what I happen to have in.
Now the chicken is marinated. Put it in the fridge for
a minimum of 4 hours. 3 chicken legs marinated and ready to roast. A little bit of the paste left to put on the backs when I turn them. Overnight's best.
Okay.
Mix some coarse black pepper, some garlic powder with salt and add it to the wedges.
Pre-microwaved for about 5-6 minutes and seasoned with garlic powder, black pepper and salt, and some cloves of garlic in with skins on to also roast, and then the paste of that garlic will be squeezed on to give a sweet garlic flavour to just rub into the potatoes. Stop. that's for the garnish. Okay. And now we're just going to chop the radish. Just pause it, ready? Go. Flat leaf, Italian parsley. Okay.
Olive oil.
Extra virgin olive oil, or virgin olive oil.
Extra virgin. Black pepper. Mexican.
Called tossing the salad.
Okay. Toss the salad. Parsley.
No, this is just the salad leaves. Is that alright for you? Ready?
Sorry.
Let me get the spoon. Close out.
Garlic.
This is the roasted garlic. Just taking the skin out. Very hot, so don't burn your fingers. crushed garlic onto the potatoes, wedges.
Crushing the garlic.
Oh, that one's still in the skin. I think we're going to.
That's enough.
Alright for you?
Chicken.